open the meeting at 9:10 a.m. and thank you for your attendance, and we'll just adjourn for some more details. Okay. Okay, we'll keep going. Do we want to do declarations of conflict or interest as we do the item, CEO? What's your view there? That's what we've been doing. Yeah. So, do we have anyone to move on the minutes of the ordinary meeting at the 9th of June?
I'll move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on 9th of June 2021 be confirmed.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Do we have anyone to move on the minutes of the special meeting held on the 16th of June 2021? Councillor Taylor.
I'll move that the minutes of the special meeting held on the 16th of June 2021 be confirmed.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on. There's no further business. We will I'll start with the agenda. Item 11.1, recommendation to procure one replacement street sweeper truck. I've got a question. I note in the report, the request that's been made by the operator or operators. So do we have, I'm interested to be able to fulfil all the requests in a machine. Do we have any ability to be able to go back and have a look at that and see how they can fulfil all of those requests?
Every accessory that the operator asks for is in the cost of this vehicle in the recommendation.
Right, in this vehicle?
In this vehicle, yep.
Yeah. What about the steering in the front?
They can't guarantee it's going to make any difference at all. We could build it, it'll cost, as it's, I think, quoted in the price there, somewhere around $15,000-$20,000, but they can't guarantee it'll make it any lighter.
Okay. But they've obviously, the operator must have had that in the past, been in one of the machines, has it?
Oh, he's test driven this machine.
Right.
Yeah, he test drove both the Scarab and the MTE machine. The Scarab was on a Hino chassis.
Yep.
And the MTE was, I believe, on a Isuzu chassis. And he just felt that the Isuzu steering was a little bit heavier.
Heavier.
Yeah. He said it wasn't the end of the world, but if it could be done. So we did investigate that, but it came back as it being quite expensive and no guarantee it would be.
So what do they do there?
Well, there'd have to be Isuzu don't build a truck with two steering boxes, so it's they'd have to get a third party organisation or company in to sort of pull the front of the truck apart, mount a second steering box in there, link the two together with the arms. It'd be an engineering certifications, a number of engineering certifications to do that.
But obviously the operator must have been in a machine with two steering boxes in it in the past.
Like I said, the Hino come from the factory with two steering boxes.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And what about, like, in the report there was some other requests, so all of those have been covered off in this machine?
All of those are in that machine.
Yeah, right.
Everything he asked for.
What about the longer hose?
Yep. Except for the pressure cleaner hose or the suction hose.
No, I think the one that was 10 metres instead of 20.
That's the pressure cleaner hose.
Yeah.
So we said he's got the option. We can either put and he chose to have the other hose with a quick disconnect in the toolbox, so he can take it out and plug it in if he needs it. That way he's only got the 10 metre hose. If he doesn't, and the hose is mainly there for actually cleaning out the truck.
Yeah.
And it's mounted towards the rear, so 10 metres is still going to get all the way around the vehicle.
Righto, so, and what about the suction Like, is that, what's it, do I see something in there about 8 inch or something?
Yeah, you want the diameter of the actual pickup pipe.
Yeah.
Yes.
And is that for sucking out drains and stuff?
It is light stuff or bundles of leaves. He also goes to the treatment plant and sucks up any solids that come through there, foreign objects that might be in the Graham's not here, but they've got a mechanism out there that removes solids or foreign objects and things, even a syringe, for say. So he uses that. We also have a vacuum excavation truck though as well. That we don't use that in the sewers, of course, but it can be used to clean drains and that.
The, so with that, so if we want the extra steering box in this, like, and if someone wanted to move that, how would you move that in as far as this, or would it just be to investigate it, or what?
The only way you'd investigate is actually build one.
So CEO, as far as the tender and that, how could that be separate if that wasn't part of what they supplied?
You could purchase this truck as it is, and if you really wanted to later on, you could recapitalise the truck because it'd be an over $5,000 modification to the truck. But like I said, we did speak to the operator after we got that back, and he wasn't overly concerned. But yeah.
So basically, if council selected this and then it was found to be really heavy, then we could look at doing something.
You could, yes.
As an aftermarket thing.
Yeah, well, it'd go back to that same, we'd go back through MTE because, like I said, engineering sign-offs, those are the specialists that build these trucks, so, yeah.
Yeah,
Through you, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
McMullen.
I haven't had anything to do with the street sweepers, but in a lot of trucks, it is possible to put power assisting in down the track if it's, rather than put an extra steering box in the power assist, with a ram too, but I don't know about the street sweepers, but a lot of the trucks first came out that power assisted before they went to hydraulic, to power steering boxes, yeah.
Well, one of the other things we've done with this truck is we've moved it to the bigger chassis, which has actually larger diameter wheels as well. And that was for ease of steering, ease of driving, especially travelling to and from Mitchell's, the Intunes. I'm not 100% sure whether we could retrofit a different power steering unit into an Isuzu truck. The other problem is you've got to be a little bit careful when you do things like that, is because then you void the warranty on the rest of that part of the vehicle.
And did Isuzu say they've ever done it before, or they've never done
No,
it?
Isuzu they don't do it. No, it's
Would
a
have to
third
be
party.
the people that supply the unit.
They would outsource it to another engineering
some-
firm as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions, councillors? Okay, do we have a mover?
Oh, sorry, I've just got a question.
Please go ahead.
Just, would you have any idea what was spent on the machine last year in terms of maintenance? No, it's just in the page 15. You just said it was, ongoing problems, complex hydraulic and electrical functions. So it's sort of up to its end of its life,
well,
is it? Pretty much.
To be honest, Councillor, the actual design of the vehicle we have at the moment is probably not the most suited to our environment. This is somewhat prior to my commencement with council, but council had another sweeper, and unfortunately it got to a condition where they had to park it up. It wouldn't go anymore, so then they had to hire a unit. They went to tender for a replacement, and then the only one I think was available was the unit we have today. It was on the shelf, ready to go. And I think that might have been one of the leading factors as why we ended up with that machine. To the best of our knowledge, there's only 2 of those in the country.
So regardless of that, it's just not suitable.
It's not the greatest design. It's a single engine version, so the truck engine itself is trying to drive everything. It does run on a number of there are considerably more electronics in this truck than the one we're proposing to purchase. We've had problems with dust, other things like moisture getting into some of the circuitry. And because you remember, this truck works in a very dirty environment, very dusty and that. So the operator and the local workshop team leader here had a good go over the MTE. They liked it for its simplicity with the solenoid systems rather than say a more a computer type setup. Our other machine is getting further and deteriorating more. It's we just recently had to weld up holes in the bin in it. It was just, you imagine the amount of abrasives that go through there. It just wears them out.
So through you, Mr.
Yeah.
Resale on that thing, that other, the old sweeper, are they saleable?
A lot of sweepers, well, if you can find a contractor that wants one that's probably not looking for a 100% machine, they'll buy them. Generally, a lot of what happens with a lot of these trucks is a dealer will buy one, pull the back off, throw that away,
Okay.
and convert it into something
So we
else.
will get something for it.
Because the chassis, generally the chassis outlasts the sweeper unit.
Yeah.
Okay, well, councillor,
I was just going to move it, Mr Mayor.
righto, go ahead.
I'd like to move that Council 1 select Mike Trace Engineering Sales and Services Proprietary Limited as the recommended supplier of one 4x2 medium rigid street sweeper truck and accessories at a cost of $389,006.10, including GST, extended warranty and selected accessories, excluding registration and CTP insurance. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to enter final negotiations with Mike Trace Engineering Sales and Services Proprietary Limited and raise purchase order in the final terms if the final terms are acceptable.
We have a second, Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L11.2, birth, deaths and marriage notices. Councillor Hancock,
A conflict to declare, Mr Mayor.
please go ahead.
Item 11.2, birth, death and marriage notices, declaring councillor as myself. Related party, close associates and other relationship is myself and husband Graham Hancock. Relationship with category is Surat Post and News Proprietary Limited. Particulars of the interest is Surat Post and News Proprietary Limited sell the Southwest newspaper. Type of conflict is declarable conflict, and my action is, although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe that a reasonable person could have a perception of bias. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the discussion.
Okay,
I've got a piece of paper.
please go ahead, Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to move that it is in the public interest that Councillor Hancock participates and votes in agenda item 11.2 because a reasonable person would trust that the final decision was made in the public interest.
Righto, do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Will anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour, 8-0. Item 11.2, birth, deaths and marriage notices. I move that this lay on the table till the next meeting to receive all of the local communication, radio stations. I note there's one that's not in there, and I believe we need to get that before we make a decision. All those in favour?
Can I ask a question first?
Sure, please go ahead.
We've got to help the staff out here a bit because this is the second time that it's laid on the table. Which radio station's missing?
I think it's radio 88, RFM.
So they're not called Switch FM radio advertising now?
No, I don't think so. And yes, and you remember we had a delegation that met with council, and yeah, so there's definitely one to come. Any other questions? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
So we'll provide that specific name surely to the staff so they know what's missing.
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. I think staff would have that. So, because, yeah, there was a meeting and so forth, so. Okay, item 11.3. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I move that item number 11.3, Roma Saleyards Biosecurity Plan and Livestock Standstill Action Plan be removed from the agenda.
We have a seconder.
I'm happy to second.
We've already had Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 56. (11.4) Monthly financial report as at 31st of May 2021. I'd like to move that a monthly financial report for the period of 31st of May 2021 be received and noted, and that all future reports included of the Maranoa Regional Council debt amount as at the report included in the monthly information. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
What was that, sorry, Mr Mayor?
I had 12.1 next, so.
Sorry?
11.4.
11.4.
I got the wrong one.
No,
Mine's 11.
It's not in there.
Yeah, 11.4.
Okay.
Yep.
It's in between.
No, it's not here.
I'll do it on my piece.
It's got the heading of monthly financial report as at 31st of, I can just read it out for you.
Okay, hang on, I'll see if I can find it. It's just out of order, that's all. Yep.
I think it's on L4 in the late as well.
Yeah, Councillor Smith.
I found it under L4.
So is it in the late, is it?
It's in here,
No, it's in the,
but there's something else pretty similar.
Well, we only need one of them. Is it exactly the same or?
Monthly finance, yes, I'd say so.
We could remove this one.
96.
Perhaps we just note that the item will be dealt with as part of L4.
Or is request for fee waiver Dunkeld Pony
No.
Club.
In the new late,
Yeah, I've got the new one.
L4 monthly.
in
It is
page
exactly the
96.
same, I think.
No, that's
Yeah.
that's L11.
Should be 11.
It
Oh,
should
sorry.
be L11,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it
sorry.
says L4 and it's on page 96.
And it's the same report.
And it's the same report.
Oh, okay. I didn't-
Yeah, well, I'm happy to change that. I'll move that. What was that wording? The monthly financial report. Oh, we had different wording. What was your wording, CEO? That it will be dealt with same report as L4,
Well,
L11.
yeah,
Yeah, L11.
Yeah, that's probably going to confuse it because there is an L11 as well.
well,
Well, apparently the numbers have been changed, so that is going to be the real L11.
The
It
numbers
was
haven't
the
been.
L4, but it's going to be L11.
because there is another L4, like there's two L4s.
On page 96 of the late agenda, how about
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, that's
what we just
L4, but then the decision was made to make it 11.
Yep.
That-
Oh, page 96, that's good. On the late agenda. We have a seconder for that?
Can I just ask a question?
Sure,
If you
please.
don't mind, through,
Where are we now?
Director Sharon, just on page 60, the outstanding rates.
Sorry,
Hang
is
on.
it better, we're gonna deal with it later in the mayor's motion.
Ask it then.
So the
Oh,
mayor's just
sorry.
moved to.
Oh, I
moved
didn't
to
hear
deal with
that.
it later in the
Sorry.
meeting.
That's what your
We'll
intention
definitely be
was.
able to have all your questions answered.
Sorry, yep, I didn't hear you say you're going to do that.
Righto, so I've changed what I'd like to move, and now I'm moving that a monthly financial report will be dealt with as it is the same as report L11 will be. We had some number issues in our computer system. It's on page 96 of the late agenda. We have a seconder, Councillor Hancock. Any opposition, anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 12.1, sewerage charges for properties with septic tanks connected to the sewer network. I'd like to move that council note the contents of the report, approve that domestic premises that use council's sewer network for pumping of septic waste are levied the equivalent of one sewerage charge per resident for new connected premises. So what that means is that, yeah, I'm not talking about existing. Okay, do we have a seconder?
I just have a question.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Manager Graham, can you tell me what that would do? What the mayor's moved, what's the
Probably just a bit of
outcome?
clarification, Mr Mayor, because obviously we've got some that are already paying.
Yeah.
Does that mean, because the way that's worded, it means that the ones that have been paying for a number of years won't be paying anymore?
No, what I'm saying is we're talking about like new connections. I note that, you know, I think it refers to one connection that we've found. So,
Sorry, just so
Yeah,
Graham's clear there, because I think we've, and Graham, you correct me if I'm wrong too, but I think we've identified one that isn't currently paying, and I think that's the one you're talking about. But we have others that we have identified that have been paying for a while. Just the way it's worded at the moment, it just says per residence for new connected premises. But we've actually been charging some old ones as well.
right.
So I
And
just try to work out.
are they historical? Like they've been in for a long time, or?
They've been paying for a number of years, Mr Mayor.
So I'm just wondering, just the wording at the moment, is there no way of doing the wording such that we don't lose those ones?
Well, the biggest thing is, anyway, Councillor McMullen?
Mr Mayor, in light of the discussion, if we've already been charging people, haven't we got a fee in place?
New ones?
Like, charge, or like a category of charge or whatever?
To you, Mr Mayor, they've just been charged the standard domestic rate, same as any other domestic property.
That's what I'm saying, why does this, what's the issue here now? You found someone obviously that's not
Because
paying, but
We, during the last budget deliberations, we found we thought there were more properties that were on septic tanks but weren't being charged. And when we did the investigation, we found that there were actually a number that were being charged, and there's only one that's not being charged. And that's the vet on Northern Road.
my question is why, if they're being charged, one was getting away with it, but there must be something in place to charge them.
We're just using the standard domestic rate.
So what,
Well, we might just stop there because,
Because some people might
There
have a
was-
conflict, I reckon.
yeah, there's a bit of information there.
well, my question is, there's obviously a process in place to charge them. It's just the fact that someone missed out on it.
Well, I move we lay this on the table till later in the meeting. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on. $13.1, Roma and District Lapidary and Mineral Society Incorporated Historic Building Relocation. Councillor Edwards,
Got a conflict.
please go ahead.
The item is 13.1, description, Roma and District Laboratory and Mineral Society Inc. Historic Building Relocation. Declaring council is Councillor Mark Edwards. Related party, close associate, other relationship is myself and Leichhardt Group Accountants. I'm employed by the Leichhardt Group Accountants. Particulars of the interest, the Leichhardt Group's professional relationship with an entity which has been identified in the report. However, due to accountants' professional ethics, not allowed to publicly identify the entity. Type of interest is declarable conflict of interest. The action is I'll be leaving the room. Sorry, Collier, could you just change that? I'll be leaving the room while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Okay, any other conflicts? Do we have a mover? Do we have any questions?
I'm going to move.
Well, Councillor, we'll just wait for Councillor Edwards. Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that Council 1 note the advice from Roma and District Lapidary and Mineral Society Incorporated that they have received funding of $35,000 from the Gambling Community Benefit Fund to relocate the historic building from the Roma Hospital, 197 to 235 McDowell Street, Roma, Lot 2 on SP 202487 to 17 McDowell Street, Roma, Lot 2 on RP 64008, to provide project management support to the Roma and District Lapidary and Minerals Society Incorporated to deliver the project. 3, confirm its financial assistance towards the project as per resolution number OM/02.2021/77, and 4, decline the offer received to sell part of Lot 2 on RP 64008.
I've just got a question. Point 4, is that in relation to a request for someone to use that land or buy it? This wouldn't be in conflict with that resolution because we're just trying to look at some way, there might be a way that, you know, a resident could use some spare space or something. So obviously it's not selling, but that would still allow that other resolution to talk to them and have a chat about it. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr Mayor. The resolution from the meeting was that council talked to other users, which would include the Lapidary Group and other users of that land, as well as the neighbours in regard to sale and lease. When this information comes through from Lapidary that they're successful in their funding, we thought, well, it wasn't really appropriate to go and talk to them about selling the land until council had a chance to look at this. But there still would be the option there to look at another kind of arrangement with the party who was interested in part of the land.
It's got here for further discussions about alternative usage of the land. Discussion is to occur with the applicant and other community groups affected. So we can still talk about usage and you can go away and do that.
Yeah.
And so that just doesn't affect this, it's just that we're not selling the land. Okay, we have a seconder, Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Just to contribute to the meeting, Mayor, by congratulating the Roma and District Lapidary and Mineral Society on receiving their grant of $35,000. They are the quiet achievers when it comes to community groups in town. It's a unique interest that they have in terms of rocks and fossils and all things that go with lapidary and minerals. And I couldn't think of a better place for the historical building from the hospital to be relocated. And I know that it will value add to the facilities that this particular group uses to advance their interests in this particular field. So I think this is a great outcome for everyone.
Does anyone else wish to speak? I too like to congratulate Roma and District Lapidary and Minerals Society Incorporated, doing a fantastic job. I'd also like to thank Brian O'Rourke, who was someone that had brought forward about saving the historic building up at the hospital. and it's great that council can work together with community groups and obviously the contractor and Southwest Health to save such an historic building. So certainly it's a good result for the community, and hopefully more people from the community can go through their historic building and learn what they do as a group. Okay, anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Yep, thank you.
Thanks, Cam. Good on you. Cheers.
Item number 13.2, tender 21034 Denise Spencer Pool Management Agreement. Councillor Taylor,
I have a question, if you don't
please
mind.
go ahead.
Manager Tanya, the amount of the tender, what do you get for that amount of money?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the tender is for the management of the pool, so council will continue to pay for costs like electricity, gas to run the heating system, chemicals, all other costs, provide like other equipment to do with the actual running of the pool. So it's a management agreement, so it requires the pool manager to operate the facility. They engage their own staff and responsible for any staff they need to provide that service and to have it open as per the opening hours that's in the management agreement.
Do they have their own public liability?
Yes, they are required to have their own public liability.
And the other question I have is on item on 2 for the officer's recommendation. It says allocate funds to budget for to the fund because the increase in the annual management fee. So has that gone up by that amount of money?
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor, it has gone up from the previous tender. So there is the figures in the agreement. So the most recent tender that council accepted was an annual management fee of $110,835.87, including GST per annum. The requested management fee that's been submitted in this tender is the $529,250 per annum. So that is an increase just over $418,000 a year.
Yeah. My other question is the non-conforming tenders that she has also put in, they don't get a look in at all, do they?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's a decision for council. As staff, we're working within the most recent council direction is that is to be free entry. So that's why we have only considered the option which is for free entry as per council decision.
So she's done 2 different options for the non-conforming tenders. One of them in there on the option number 2, where she doesn't want it to be free all the time. She has a lot of good reasons there. She was the manager of the pool before, so
Yes,
she knows what she's doing, I would assume. I just don't understand why we would go for a free pool when she's even asking for it not to be a free pool. And where we've had lots of comments from community members that they don't believe it should be free. So I'm just wondering why we would go for a free pool when the only tender doesn't want it to be that. Just a question.
Well, I'm happy to move on. Do we have any more questions? Councillor O'Neill.
Through the chair, if council resolve to not proceed with what is being recommended, what are our options to ensure there is, the pool remains open for the period in which we said we'd open it, granted that we're coming into a period where it'll close for a month, but outside of that, what options does council have?
the options, I guess, councillors, is that you wouldn't accept any of the tenders and you would re-tender. In terms of trying to maintain it open, obviously, the contract we've got in place is the one we're discussing for the permanent position, so we'd need their agreement to actually agree to stay on while we went through that process again. We went through this last year, you might remember, councillors, we went through this, we had to try and find someone, because the lease finished back in December. We approached a number of people to try and to run the pool while we went through the tender process, and I said one of the lessees from the other pools was good enough to help out for a month, and because they could actually backfill theirs, but that was only for a month. So really, the lessee we've got at the moment that's helping us out was probably the only one we could get. So I mean, you have to go back and ask him to stay on, or try and find someone else while you re-tender.
Councillor O'Neill.
Just to follow up, thanks, Rob. Is there an option from a an operational perspective? Is there an option for council to run this ourselves?
I've certainly worked in local governments where they have run the pool. You obviously have the necessary qualifications. Obviously, because of the hours of it and the days there, you do have penalty rates and all that, unless you had some sort of other agreement in place with the staff member. But the problem is, you're going to have to train up more than one person, and you're going to require more than one person on site there too. It's up to possibly 3 people on staff there you're going to need during the hours. It's certainly possible, councillors. You just have to try and train some people up.
And through the chair, the reason I raise this is, and not to enter into debate before we get there around the pricing, but the term of the agreement of 2 years is troubling me, because that agreement would be executed, I imagine, for the beginning of the next financial year, to round it out, right? We're that close. 2 years puts us at the end of the financial year of 2023, and we haven't dealt with the issue of the pool, and we're 9 months away from this term of council completing. And so I ask whether there is an option for us to manage it at least for 12 months, because if we do make the investment at the pool, the likelihood is it'll be closed for 12 months anyway to do it properly. Well, I just think we are pushing this further and further and further out. And so whilst I recognise the importance of having the skills and experience and a contractor to do that, are we causing more headaches to fixing what now is a long-term problem? I mean, I've been on council now for nearly a decade, and we've been talking about fixing the pool for that long, and we've done band-aid jobs, as we know, we've got through, but we're now at a fairly pointy end that we're going to have to make the decision, and leaders of our community, to fix the pool. If we push into a contract for 2 years, we're tied up, and I think whilst a contractor would be great long-term, right now we need the flexibility to be able to.
Councillor O'Neill, I think that's more getting into a debate. It's not really a question.
So I'll sum up my question then. Is the term of the agreement going to impact on our ability to invest in the pool?
And again, it depends on, I don't know what council's thoughts are on how they're going to fund it and when they're looking at doing it. The question is, do you think you'll be ready to start construct? Have you gone through the final design, got the agreement from your community, gone to tender, awarded the tender, ready to find the money and be shovel ready? I don't think 2 years is probably an unreasonable. I think you'd be doing really, really well to try and get it done quicker than that, considering you haven't agreed on a final design with the community, you haven't gone to tender and awarded the tender. I hear what you're saying, really. So if you're going to do it, you're going to do it during winter. So if you don't do it in 2 years' time, the earliest you could probably do it is probably going to be winter next year. You're going to be trying to push it to get it done in 12 months. So,
but it'll be winter. It'll be the year of 2023 that's required to do the construction. Because if we close the pool for 6 months and tell the community where a new pool's going in, it'll take 6 months, and it takes 12 months, well, I tell you what, our phones will be running hot.
Well, let's get into the, any other questions? Councillor McMullen?
To probably Director Rob, maybe, or Tanya. These figures are much in line with what it's been costing the council to run the pool at the moment, in the last couple of months? On the, not the lease.
Previous contract,
on-
the lease, no, it's,
You know, I don't know what it's costing so much.
No, it's not. It's, at the moment,
Yes.
it is costing more, to have kept the manager on for this short amount of time since Christmas through, but it's not at the figure that's being asked for or proposed.
Like in pro rata, yeah, there's been a big change there somewhere, hasn't there? Like in what it's costing council to keep the pool open.
in a sense, and this will be more again.
Yeah. Okay, I'd like to move the council. Councillor Hancock, you got a question?
Yeah, I do, thanks. Through you, Mr Mayor. Major Tanya, I just want to make sure that I'm reading this right. So 529,250. So is it the difference between the non-conforming tender and the conforming tender, which is about $178,500? Is that actually the price it's going to cost the ratepayer to do free entry to the pool?
Yes.
The difference between them, which is about $178,500, that's the difference between what the tenderer has put on to recoup, to be able to get the free entry into the pool.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that is what the tenderer is submitting, that's what they would require additional. If the pool entry stays as is, it's the $350,750. But if it's moving in accordance with council's resolution, which is free entry, it's the $529,250 per annum.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you go first.
350,750, that's additional, isn't it?
No, that's what she's
So
charging
that,
per
that's through you,
annum.
Mr Mayor, that's the per annum price.
But they would keep the gate admissions.
Yes.
That's no free entry to the pool and she gets the gate.
Yeah, well, the 350,000 from 529.
Is 179,000.
Oh, right, thank you, I'm with it now, yeah.
Per year.
Yeah.
Per year.
Mr Mayor, to either Director Rob or Manager Tanya, how is there? That seems a lot of entries in the pool. Has that been calculated, or is that proven history like that? Can she say that?
Well, she would know,
Well,
wouldn't she?
We did, previous term of council there, provide
That's a lot of entries.
monthly
yeah, so that's come
pool
off those
reports there
reports.
with the figures. In terms of the dollar figure difference there probably isn't, I think, working on what they currently are, it's probably, I think we worked out it was probably about close to 100,000 is the gate.
100,000.
Approximately, in previous years, yeah.
And she's saying that's, so 78,000 be canteen.
Through Mr Mayor, I think what she's also calculating in is, in the tender documentation, she mentions that being free entry, she expects more people to come to the pool and that there may be other behaviour issues that she has to manage, and she needs the staff rostered on to manage those behaviour issues that she's predicting may happen as a result of free entry.
And even that aside too, councillors, here, Mr Mayor, with regards to the behaviour issues there, it was just the fact is if you are going to get more people, you're probably going to need more supervision, so she's going to need extra staff.
Yeah, that's why I was asking the question, because it just seems a lot for admission.
And then there's obviously option two, which we haven't probably discussed, is you're saying that obviously, obviously the free entry during after school hours, which does encourage the youth to go there, but during the middle of the day when you're getting low patronage, may not need it because you don't have as many as users as well. So that was the second option that you put in.
Okay, I'll get, no other questions? Righto, I will move, so tender 21034, Denise Spencer Pool Management Agreement. I'd like to move that council select Stacey Ann Robinson as the recommended tenderer for tender 21034 034 Denise Spencer Pool Management Agreement at the tendered price of $529,250 per annum, including GST. Council allocate funds in the 2021-22 budget and future budgets to fund the $418,414.13, including GST. Increase in the annual management fee. 3, council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to enter into final negotiations with Stacey Ann Robinson and execute the management agreement 2 years with the option for additional 2 years by 1-year terms if the terms are acceptable. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does the mover wish to speak to it? I certainly do. I do believe there's a lot of risk in running pools. For the residents of the Maranoa, I would like them to understand that all of our pools are significant costs that we pay. I believe being able to resource the pool operator through the tender with the right amount of staff will take the stress off the person having that heavy responsibility to look after safety of the residents of the Maranoa at the pool. I believe that this is a fantastic story about livability in the Maranoa, especially in Roma, where we want, as council, if this is supported, we want our residents to use the pool. It costs us, council, a lot of money to even run a pool, whether one person uses it or 100 people use it, or 200. So if we can get more people using the pool, the value for money scenario, I believe, for council is far reduced. We do that in other areas of the Maranoa, and council's motion that was supported was that we are going to roll out free pools in the Maranoa. Going to a pool, using the pool is a very healthy part of lifestyle. It also supports lots of opportunities for improving people's general health. So this is a fantastic opportunity, and I have had feedback in the past that people have struggled with being able to resource the operation of the pool. And whilst I do realise that this is a significant increase, I really hope that we get in a situation where the tender, if this is supported, can improve the service and really do a pleasing job there, because they're backed up with being able to balance all the costs that are considerable in running such a large pool in the Maranoa. Okay, would someone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Taylor.
I actually didn't vote for the fact that it should be a free pool when it came to the table before. I don't believe it should be free. You've turned a business into a job, so do they really care how many people walk into the pool? Because they're going to get paid $529,250 per annum anyway. And the other thing is that the tenderer did put a non-conforming tender option 2 in, which she states why she doesn't want it to be a free pool, because it would cut costs for the council. Free entry days in the past have resulted in unmanageable amount of people to supervise with staffing. Fighting amongst youth attack on staff, often resulting in the police calls. The additional cleaning and maintenance required. So she knows all the problems because she's been there. So why would we change a business into just a job? I just don't understand why. Nobody wants anything for nothing. I don't know why you don't get that. You know, they're happy to pay for the services that are provided, and the ratepayer pays far too much for the pool as it is. So they're all happy to subsidise it in any way, but at least you could show that we want a little bit back for all our efforts. So I will not be supporting this motion.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion?
Mr Mayor, I'd just like to speak for the motion. I note the tenderer, Stacey Ann Robinson, was the only person or only business that tendered. I don't believe, no disrespect to council staff, but I don't believe it's a job for council to run the pool. When I say not the job, we wouldn't be able to do it any cheaper, I don't believe. By the time you add up penalty rates and all that, to have at least 2, maybe 3 people on staff on weekends and that, I don't believe it would be any cheaper. Yes, it is a significant increase, but like we have many other facilities that we provide to the ratepayer or the public free of charge for the extra few, forget the exact, 175,000 or whatever dollars. I believe it'll be a big benefit to the pool, to the patrons of the pool.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Hancock?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I won't be supporting this motion as I too do not believe with free entry into the pool, and this tender is based on this requirement that council has set for free entry into pools. It's going to cost an additional $178,500 to the ratepayer, and as Councillor Taylor pointed out, even the pool, Stacey has put in her tender that she doesn't believe that it is the best option to provide free entry into the pool. So I think it's a very sad day when council doesn't listen to the actual professionals in the field, which Stacey is. And not only Stacey, I've had feedback from other pool operators in the area who don't agree that we should be having free entry into the pool because of the consequences of this. And we are today seeing that financial consequence to the ratepayer by having that motion.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion? Councillor Guthrie?
I'd just like to say that we do have a lady who has a proven track record. We put this out to tender. She's the only person who's actually put a tender in. I think it'd be counterproductive not to go with this, because then we need surety for the swimmers in the Maranoa that they've got access to a pool. That to not go ahead with this, we go back to tender, it delays the process so much more.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor O'Neill?
I accept that the best course of action long-term is to have a contractor run the pool. I don't accept that that's the best decision today for the reasons that I'll speak of in a minute in respect to the long-term future of the pool. But what is highlighted in the documentation, and I am so pleased that tenders are now, by and large, public to the community and the ratepayer, so they can see all the figures that we see. I take a real affront to the increase that is borne by a decision to provide free entry to the Roma pool. I accept that the cost of running the pool from the last tender that Mrs. Robinson put in to now would have increased. I accept that. The cost of running businesses go up each and every year, so I accept that what she put in all those years ago to now would have had an increase. But this is inflated by $178,500 because of a populist decision to provide free entry to the pool. Every decision that I make around this table, I have the best interest of the ratepayers and our residents in my mind, and I just simply cannot support a decision where the rate base is going to be subsidising entry to a facility to the tune of $78,500, which they may never use. I strongly believe that this should be a users pay model. We've heard from councillors Taylor and Hancock that Mrs. Robinson, in fact, in one of her tenders, agrees that it should not be free entry to the pool for the reasons that are articulated by her and shared with us in the report. That's not being taken into account, and I think that is a real shame. And so on that basis, I will not be supporting this resolution because of the increase to the ratepayer of $178,500. And I just pause there and urge councillors to consider where that $178,500 could be spent elsewhere for our community. It could be going into maintaining or upgrading other facilities. It could be going into the challenge that we face as a council in maintaining and upgrading our road networks, albeit it won't go very far, that kind of money, but it will contribute. And so on that basis, I won't be supporting the resolution. I also won't be supporting today's resolution because the Roma pool is at a real pivot in its life. And it is time for this council to show the leadership, to go out there and to seek partnership dollars from industry, from government, or take out a low interest loan so that multiple ratepayers and users of the facility will be investing in what is needed in terms of the upgrade to the pool. Now, the Roma pool served us well. It's 60 years old, but it is time for significant renewal. As I shared before, I've been a councillor for nearly a decade here, and we've been talking about the challenges of the Roma pool. Well, this council has to act. And I think by tying it up in a 2-year agreement, it will put us behind. I accept the process will take some time to go through more consultation, getting a plan out and going to tender. But if we are not starting to build this pool in the beginning of 2023, then it will go into the next term of the Maranoa Regional Council. And quite frankly, I think that's unacceptable. I've spoken to many pool users and they are ready to see the issues there fixed. And so by supporting this resolution today, we are going to further delay the much needed renewal and investment into what is a well-used and loved asset of our community. And so because of that and the burden that this is going to put on the rate base by providing free entry to a pool that users should be paying for, I will not be supporting the resolution moved by the Mayor.
Would anyone else like to speak for the motion? Well, then I'll sum up. I'd just like to start and say I disagree with every point that Councillor O'Neill has just brought up, and I will go through these. That I believe that council, and I will make decisions on the livability of the people, and I will put the people first. People come first in the Maranoa. I would not trade off a section of a road for the livability of the people. We run a $80 to $100 million budget. This is a livability initiative to bring residents of the Maranoa another story about why they can come to the Maranoa, because we offer free pools. One of the issues here is we want people to come west. And one of the things to do that is the good news stories. We also have very expensive facilities. This facility will have a major increase any way you look at it. That is not caused 100% by free pool admission. Costs have gone up anyway, so there is more than one side of this story. As far as misbehaviour issues, and I do note that in the report from the tenderer, they're separate issues that council should be dealing with. That should not be any reason not to want to encourage more people to come to the pool. I also note in the past there was disappointing levels of surveillance for misbehaviour issues, and I would hope that they are being fixed before we move forward with this initiative. So misbehaviour and social issues that are happening are a social problem, and we need to be dealing with them. That should not be a reason to not encourage people to use an asset that costs council many hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And I'm certainly not a councillor that believes that a few people can use it and that's good value for money. As far as the extra cost goes to the tenderer, and I believe extra cost adds up to extra safety. And as I've been mayor and talked to the contractor, there was enormous struggles in the past trying to get this to work. So I believe that if this is passed, this is actually safety for residents of the Maranoa, safety for council. So I believe that sometimes you have to do what's best for the community. And as far as being tied up in a 2-year contract, as we've heard from the director, you know, it will take 2 years before we're ready to do something anyway. But as I seem to remember, and I'm happy to be corrected, that council moved a motion that we obviously going to replace the pool, but build a 25-metre heated indoor pool, as far as my recollection. So that can be built before we do the large pool. So if we did that on the different site, there is an option that council could look at. I'm not sure whether we made that decision, but
we most certainly have not.
There was, I would have to go back to the actual motion, but there was a motion with some guidance in the motion, and it mightn't have had every one of those points. But if we did do a heated indoor pool, a 25 metre, as well as our replacement of our 50, we could do one so we could afford to have the 50 metres shut and we would still have services if we use the other land there. So I'm happy to be corrected if not every point of that was in there, but I'm pretty sure that there is some motion to some effect of that. So in summing up, I believe this is a fantastic opportunity if you're someone that believes in increasing the livability of the Maranoa, increasing the story to tell about what happens in the Maranoa as far as what council offers. And if we have the Roma pool well and truly being used, I'm excited about, as what it is in the tender, they expect more people to come to the pool. That's a good news story for the Maranoa, and that's a good news story that I believe the majority of the Maranoa residents want to hear. So on that note, we will go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 6-3 if I can call for a division. Item 13.3, payment to Queensland Local Government Mutual managed by Jardine, Lloyd, Thompson, Pty Ltd, annual liability insurance payment. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council, one, authorise payment to Queensland Local Government Mutual, LGM Liability, totalling $335,328.36, including GST, being payment for LGM Liability membership contribution 2021-22, $366,754.08, less annual surplus distribution of $31,425.72. To authorise the Chief Executive Officer to raise a purchase order with expenditure assigned to the 2021-22 budget allocations for liability insurance. 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to complete future payments invoiced by Queensland Local Government Mutual in accordance with budget approvals.
I just have a question, Mr Mayor.
Please go ahead.
With the 13.5, 13.45 increase, is that sort of normal, or it just seems to keep going up? And do we have to take that liability with them, with the government liability?
So through you, Mr Mayor, it will be a 13.45% increase over previous years, so that'll have to be accommodated in the budget. So that usually gets paid out of the area of council work or
So I
materials
just
and
wondered
services.
why the big
It has
increase.
been
That
going
sounds
up.
a lot to me.
Yeah, it's a mutual liability fund, so that's all the local, or most local governments are a member of this fund. And it has gone up. We did ask some questions as to why, and one of the reasons given was COVID and expenses associated with COVID, because there hasn't been any major cyclones
Yeah.
or claims.
So have
or
we
anything
got to
that's-
go with them, or?
Yes, through our mutual, for our public liability insurance, that is who we tend to insure through.
Have we ever looked anywhere else?
With our asset insurance in the past, we have looked elsewhere. It's also now through a mutual liability fund. So this is just our public liability insurance. And it's a mutual fund that council's a member of. That's why we have the member surplus distribution of the 31,000 coming back. As council staff too, you know, we ensure that we provide all documentation that the insurers wish. It's quite a sizable document now that we provide that allows them to assess and see what council's doing to manage risk, which also gives us some savings, but that is the figure that they're looking
So
for.
we just accept the rise?
And Tanya, probably for the benefit of the new councillors, just when you talk about the LGM there too, you might want to give an overview of that, because it is self-insured. It's actually a group of local governments who actually formed their own insurance company, so it's not, they're underwritten obviously by, did you want to explain that?
Yeah, so LGM is a mutual fund. It's, I guess the word auspiced by the Local Government Association, LJQ, and council's a member of that. Most councils in Queensland are. Some of your really big ones like your Brisbane's and your Gold Coast are big enough to self-insure, but most councils are a member of this fund.
Just, can I say something, Councillor Ladbroke, in answer to your questions from my point of view? Council in the last term joined this, and generally it's been a very, very good, it's been a very good deal. This year is a bit of an increase, but if you look what's happening in general insurance world, there's been big increases for a considerable amount of years, and there's been some sectors that actually just, insurance companies are just removing themselves and say we don't want to be in it anymore. So having a large amount of local governments self-insure, and obviously they reinsure the big risk, but it's actually a pretty good deal considering how, this is my opinion, how difficult it is in this space. You heard of I think the show operators, they might not have anyone to insure them because the last person's leaving that space. So there's some real challenges in insurance. So, and also through this, we don't have to pay stamp duty, I'm pretty sure, which is one of the costs that we used to have to pay. Councillor Taylor.
Just through you, Manager Tanya, sorry, I didn't hear the 13.45. You said, what reasons were they? You said something about COVID. What did
They gave, every year they give us different reasons, but one of the reasons given was COVID. Just with insurance of councils, what councils do is pretty unique. I mean, roads, roadworks, swimming pools, it's a different kind. It's not something that a general insurance company would cover. So that's why, you know, following what the Mayor's saying, why there is a mutual fund.
It does reference COVID on page 98. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic.
Councillor Evans.
Manager Tanya, has there, I don't know if you're at liberty to say, but has there been any claims on this policy over the period, over the last 12 months? I mean, that's nothing to do with increases, is it? You know,
No,
does it work
there
like
is.
that?
Through you, Mayor, there is claims. As a council, we often get claims come through, for incidents. Imagine footpath trips and falls and different little incidents that come up over time. So
That's
there
been
is there's
utilised.
a couple. Yeah. But this
In the
too
last one.
is just our public liability insurance, so you will get another one come through for your asset insurance, like your building insurance and your plant insurance.
I was just wondering about this one.
Yeah.
If there's been any claims on it.
So I think the councillor's question, Tanya, is have we had any major claims in the last 12 months that would prompt the increase, but I can't think of any major
There-
claims that we've had.
There
I think
there
it
is some claims there, but I probably
wouldn't have an
don't really
impact on
discuss
this,
them in an open meeting, but they haven't cited those as being a reason.
Well,
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I think, this is only my assumption, but being in the group, everyone will be getting the same increase, every council, I would think. It's going right across the board, even if we don't have claims, someone else might have claims, it'll bump it. That's just my...
And that's probably a good point, councillor, through you, Mr Mayor. Like generally when we have had cyclones up north, this is the public liability one, but when we talk about our facilities one, we often see a big jump in our claims there where other councils have put in a big claim because they've had a big cyclone up north. So this one obviously isn't for our plant, or it isn't for our facilities. This is our public liability, but we do actually notice those big jumps when other councils have had their claims as well. So.
And the reinsurer would be the same in the same boat anyway. You know, maybe they've had a large increase, so therefore ours has had to go up anyway.
So there will be, obviously Tanya and her team manage the facilities insurance, so there will be that one coming in. And Sharon's team will go after the plant insurance as well, so there's still other insurance to be dealt with as well, but this is just the public liability one.
any other questions? Councillor O'Neill?
Through the chair, Tanya, what year did we join LGM?
Council's been with LGM for public liability for as long as I can remember.
That's what I thought.
But the mayor, what the mayor did say is right though, is they created called LGM Asset for your asset insurance, and that's a more recent thing. Before that, we were with an insurance broker.
But, anyway, do we have a mover? And then we'll have the
I've
debate.
moved, Mr Mayor.
Oh, you've moved?
Just need a...
Yep, so you've done that. Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Anyone wish to speak against? I'll just say something. I do believe there's strength in numbers, so having a lot of councils together and doing this together, and if you look at it over the longer period, I do think there is bumps in the road, but I do think, especially in the declining insurance market where there's less appetite and it's a changing world, so I do believe strength in numbers is actually smart for council. Anyone else wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 13.5.
4. 115.
115, thank you. Item 13.4, extension of statistical services. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
I move that Council 1 extend its service level agreement with ID Consulting Pty Ltd in accordance with the attached service level agreement, and 2 authorise Council's Chief Executive Officer to sign the service level agreement.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor O'Neill.
I've got a question too.
Okay.
Through
Happy
the chair.
to second, are you?
Yeah, I'm seconding it. Through the chair, do we need to include the increase in the resolution? Because it's gone from 5,000 to, is it?
11.
Sorry? 11, yeah. Does that need to be in the resolution, CA?
Or just the total cost of the service level.
So through you, Mr Mayor. So council gives me an operational budget for research, which is an operational thing. The reason why I brought this to council without just going ahead and purchasing it, it requires a change in our service level agreement. The money is real and it's in the report, but I don't know that you really need it in the resolution.
Okay.
Does that help? So, thank you.
Make sure that that's in your operational budget. An answer to councillor.
Through you again, Mr Mayor. Yeah, this expenditure would bring my budget to 44% expended to date this year, so.
And the amounts,
It is.
yeah,
Yep.
so the first point is that it's in accordance with the attached SLA and the amounts in the SLA.
Right. Just on a question on that, is there a reason why it's sort of nearly doubled, or what was the?
Oh, well, in fact, the service that we have right now, we purchased as part of a 10 council consortia.
Yeah.
And we get it for $5,000 a year. It's normally $20,000. So, no, it's a seriously discounted amount. The thing we've been missing out on is the demographic data. We've got all the economic data and modelling tools. But this will allow us to measure all demographic movements across our region. And more particularly, since we've got some housing issues, we really need to know who's moving in and out of our region. And for the first time, the ABS can make that available to us. Right. So this will be a very, very valuable tool. But it is seriously discounted as it is through the buying group that's been arranged through Darling Downs and Southwest RDA.
So just in answer to the mayor's question there, but even though it's subsidised, the increase is because of the additional services there.
Correct.
Right, okay.
Breaking
So
down by
not just an
demographic.
increase in, yeah.
No,
It's increased service as well.
increased services. Correct. Thank you for that.
No, you're right.
Okay, so we have a question?
Manager Ed, so this is not a historical, not historical data, so to speak, it's
Live.
In time data. It's there all the time.
It is.
Like
And
if you want it, you don't have to wait 12 months for it to come out.
no,
Like
it's
the
updated
CPI
constantly. That's the benefit. We could just go straight to ABS and get our own data. Anyone could do that.
Yeah.
But this is monitored constantly.
Yeah.
It's updated annually where possible. And it's interpreted as well. So we get reports from ID Profile. And the third benefit, of course, and it's one of the major reasons why we embarked on this, is that it goes up on our website. It's available to the public to use. So it's a very, very powerful tool for community groups.
Is it in our planning a fair bit as well? It's handy to have that. Thanks with the demographic.
Okay, any other questions? We have a mover and a seconder. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. 13.5, extension of current service level agreement with Library Board of Queensland. Do we have a mover? Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to move that Council 1 agree to the one-year extension of the current 2018 to 2021 service level agreement, and 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to sign the extension addendum.
Seconder, Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. .6 Services Australia Centrelink Surat Agency Agreement 2021-22. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
I move that Council 1 endorse the provision of services in Surat as an agent for Services Australia, Centrelink, and 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to agree to final terms and to sign the agreement.
We have a seconder. Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? I've got a question. So is this same as what we've got existing?
Same service, Mr Mayor. There is a variation in the fee. It's gone from 14,000 last year to 19,000 proposed for this coming year.
Right.
The report last meeting, Mr Mayor, that we removed from the agenda item, the original proposal was to not be an agent, but obviously Ed's team negotiated that to have it maintained as us as an agent, and as Ed said, it's an increase actually of $5,145 as well. So.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'd just like to acknowledge that I think this is a really important service that we keep in the Surat community for as long as we can.
Would anyone else wish to speak? I'd like to speak. I do believe, I believe in livability and how to improve our communities. And I did note that if there is some reduction in services, I'd certainly like to hear from the community on how we can make it better, because, you know, I believe there's more of a need out there. So it's great that this motion, if it's passed, actually maintains the service. But I do think that we always need to be looking at, is it relevant, and how we can improve it so more people can use the service. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 16.1, non-for-profit labour hire company. I'd like to move that
Sorry, Mayor, I've got a question.
Please go ahead.
When you say labour hire, are they just contractors, or are you thinking the report would include apprenticeships and traineeships?
No, I'm talking about a separate entity that we would be looking at starting, that would be working on long-term unemployed as an opportunity of offering work issues. It could be people that are looking at relocating here that may have barriers like language and so forth, that we may be able to help. So this would be a separate non-for-profit labour hire company, and the benefit to the region is, what I'm saying is that these businesses, it could be, you know, like anyone in the community that needs labour hire could hire it off this separate business unit, and provide, there's lots of shortages that we know are out there, and they would be able to use this if council started this non-for-profit. And it would be about long-term pathways to long-term, relatively highly paid jobs as part of going through this non-for-profit hire company.
And sorry, just so I'm clear,
Yeah.
that what you're proposing does not include apprenticeships or traineeships?
No. Well, yeah, and certainly not in the beginning in any way, yeah. Councillor Taylor?
And what do you mean when you say not-for-profit? Like?
Okay, so, yeah, I can explain that. So, for instance, if it was a non-for-profit, it may, for instance, use, the neighbourhood centre as a base, and there would be an officer there that would say, I've got, they go out to the community, find out what the need is for labour, and then go, I've got a position. And one of the challenges is managing, so for instance, and obviously if it was a sort of a separate non-for-profit business, not business unit, but a unit of council, they could go and get some funding to mentor these people and keep mentoring them through the process. So if it was, say, someone on a property that needed some labour to do mustering or shearing or something, they could say, we will bring the crew, come and do it, and you just pay us, and I don't have to deal with people that are new. They would talk with the labour hire company, much like it happens. When I say non-for-profit labour hire, the object is not to make a profit. The object is to get more jobs and more employment for people in the Maranoa, and also fill this enormous gap in, you nearly talk to every business and they're looking for people. So it's filling some of those needs. Obviously it can't fill all of them, but it can be looking at.
I understand that, but the report you want, is that for someone defined a non-for-profit
No.
group? What do you want? What do you want?
What I'm actually saying is that if it's supported and a report comes back, council would look at we would start a non-for-profit labour
Or we
hire.
would start.
Council would start it, and it would be like one officer, and then look for funding, and they would run separately, looking for opportunities that labour is needed, and then go out and find the people, and obviously work with the current, for instance, could be work for the dole schemes and that. And so this is the next step after that, like they've been through that program. It could be people that have going to come from another region. They mightn't have a lot of English, but there's a job here for them. Start getting that happening and utilising. But the big key to this is that you don't just, it's not just an employment agency, it's actually working with whoever the employer is or who needs the labour to make sure that this person suits and it continues. And then one of the great goals of this is that, you know, one day they're not needed to be used through the labour hire, they've got their own job, you know. So it's about bringing more capacity to the Maranoa in a non-for-profit way. Councillor Hancock?
I'm not sure if you can answer this,
Yeah,
Mr.
sure.
Mayor, or whether an officer might need to. But is there already a private business doing this in town? Don't we have employment agencies in town?
No, it's not an employment agency. So it's not. It's actually, for instance, just say...
Sorry, but isn't it, well, it's about getting employment.
It's not an employment agency. It's a labour contract hire. So, for instance, if a business needed some labour to carry out a task, they could put their request in with this non-for-profit labour hire, and they would look for some people to carry out that task. So, and the success of this is long-term support to make sure that that can be done. So, if whoever was looking for that labour hire, they would be dealing with the person running that group of labour, right?
So who at the moment in town looks after labour hire? If
I
someone
don't
wants-
think there's anyone.
If a business is wanting to, you know, they've got a position, or vice versa, that someone is, I thought we went to,
Best.
I thought, yeah.
Best
oh,
of
No, see, that's employment. That's just looking for a job. Someone's got a job, they'll fill that. This is not
So
this.
when you
Can you
say
say-
labour, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
I was just saying, before you said, you know, people who haven't had employment for a long time, trying to get them to, isn't that what they do?
No. So this is actually saying we have, so it's far more mentoring than you would look at if you were just filling a job vacancy. So it's actually to do with, and
Mayor, I'm sorry, now that I've learnt a lot more of what you're talking about, it's not clear on the report, I want to declare a conflict of interest.
please go ahead.
Before you do that, excuse me, can
No,
I
it's-
sorry.
Sorry, we've had a declaration.
Yeah, I've got to
raised.
declare it
Oh,
now.
sorry,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
So 16.1, Carol, the description is not-for-profit labour hire company. Anyone got one of those forms?
Good.
The declaring council was me. And this is where I'm not clear, but the related party would be Golden West Apprenticeships. Particulars of the interest is that I'm non-executive director of the board. declarable conflict of interest. And just simply because I don't know enough, I'm just going to remove myself from the meeting. I'll go this way.
Righto. Councillor Edwards?
I was just going to mention, and actually it's in there properly, well, the heading of it, I'm just wondering whether you mean a not-for-profit or a non-profit. It's just the technical term. I think
Okay,
it's either a
so-
not-for-profit or a non-profit.
I'd be happy to say not-for-profit.
Okay, that's all I was going to mention.
Yeah. So
And
if we-
saying the word labour, do you just mean physical labour?
No, just labour hire could be,
Okay.
you know. Okay, do we have any, big pardon?
So it could be anything.
Could be
secretarial.
anything. Could be, I need people to do this, I need that. But I'm certainly not talking about offering apprenticeships or anything like that. That would be a different, people might decide to go and do that separately, but I respect Councillor O'Neill's decision. Okay, so I move that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? I'll speak to this. This is an opportunity to do a few things. One is to save, people that are just looking for labour, and it's also got a two-edged benefit, which is also supporting more capacity for people in the Maranoa for jobs long term, and we need more people. The Maranoa has always been somewhere where people have come to and enhance the community, and it's an extremely tight environment in Australia for employment, and this is about probably getting the people that don't fit into the standard employment vein and getting them to see the benefits to have a valuable employment, and then obviously they would move on to other things, and the not-for-profit labour hire company has done their job over time. So this is something that would happen over a long period of time, and that's obviously got benefits for the communities of the Maranoa. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Whilst I acknowledge that there is severe labour shortages in the Maranoa, and I've had many businesses come to me and talk to me about it, I don't believe that it's council's core business to be setting up a non-for-profit labour hire company. I think it's council's responsibility to advocate and support existing businesses and groups who already do that in the region. I think it's council's responsibility to find any of the gaps that might be in that region, and work out how we can support filling that gap within the existing businesses and groups that already do this. I just don't believe that this is council's core business or core responsibility to be a labour hire company.
Does anyone else wish to speak for the motion or against the motion? Well, I'll sum up. Just a bit of a correction there. It's a not-for-profit labour hire company, and there's a major difference in that. One thing I would say is I obviously realise that council does have core business, but probably our biggest core business, I believe, as mayor, is supporting our communities. And if our communities are in need, I believe we should get in there. I can say that there's councils in Queensland that they are the undertaker of that community because no one is filling that role. Councils, and especially the smaller councils, have to do more because there is no one going to do it. So you either stump up for your community or that service is not available. And there is no one doing this in the Maranoa, and I believe there's a need for people that need labour, but there's also an opportunity to grow our communities if we can really use that untapped resource. But it does take a different way of thinking about it. It will take special people for people to go on the journey, but there is wonderful benefits for the community if we can do this. So on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? If it's 6-2, if I can call for a division. We can get Councillor O'Neill back. Is, if you just want to see if lunch is there.
Oh, you just got one more in the open.
1:30, is it lunch? No? One.
He's right to come in, yeah.
Item 16.2, the big cafe, or it should actually be the Big Rig Cafe, sorry, public access to the oil patch. Okay, I'd like to move that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition?
I have a question as well.
Right, do we have a question? Councillor Hancock.
Mr Mayor, have we spoken to anybody, you know, I guess the Big Rig Cafe, to ask them their opinions about putting gates in and entering from the other? And also, what about Peak Tourism Body? Have we spoken to them about any of this?
I certainly have spoken to the Peak Tourism Body about the president about this. I believe that, and I haven't spoken to the leasee. I don't believe it's appropriate till we actually get a report and get all the views from all the different stakeholders. So I believe it's better if council support this, that we get all those views. I certainly had some feedback that people are worried about losing revenue from the oil patch, and that's not the intention. But yeah, if we get a report back, then I believe part of that, like if any good due diligence, is getting all that feedback and also getting exactly what I'm also putting forward to do as well, which may be different than what people think.
Well, on that basis, Mr Mayor, would you share, because when I read this, I was thinking that it was about free entry and, you know, we're investing all these millions of dollars into our tourism. So I guess how will the officers, I don't understand what you're
Yeah, I'm
saying
happy to
there.
answer that question. So what I'm putting forward there is that we have what I call the secret garden, in my personal opinion, which is the garden. It's a beautiful garden there that we only the ratepayers that pay for the maintenance and so forth with it, or council pays for the maintenance on behalf of the ratepayers, could be open to access. So, you know, how we do that without affecting as much the oil patch, and obviously there could be safety issues with the oil patch, but making that garden would be part of an experience that if you use the Big Rig Cafe and you could stretch out into the garden area, I believe that experience, hospitality is part of the Big Rig experience. So to have that, instead of being fairly cramped up into a small area, I believe is beneficial. And then part of that is obviously a gateway down, so people that come to the Big Rig Parklands, if you call it that, and use the play equipment and also use the train, could walk up and grab a coffee with some signage. And that would obviously be open only in business hours, and it would be really focused on using the Big Rig gardens that are not open to the public unless you pay for a tour. It's not about reducing the ability to do tours down there, and obviously, you know, we've had some bumper times at the moment. It's really focusing on make the gardens available to the people of the Maranoa and visitors as well.
So you'd segregate a garden off?
Oh, well, we'd have to
within
have...
the Big Rig?
Yeah, and the idea of the report is we have a look at that and say, what can we do, you know, what can't we do, what does it cost, all of the options, so that because if you actually look at it, the Big Rig Cafe, which is an excellent cafe, is in this tiny little spot here. And I know that they have some capacity issues, and all of those things need to be looked at, But in fact, if you're lucky enough to be invited to a function that happens at the big rig, you get to experience the cafe, the gardens, but the rest of the time, I think it's the corrugated iron wall goes up. So this is about having a look at that, and obviously, you know, it may have some budgetary implications and get the stakeholders' feedback, and obviously the contractors, the lessees of the cafe's feedback, but it's about exposing, because coming to experience hospitality at the big rig is an experience of the big rig, and so is, you know, coming to the parklands, and you may not even go to the big rig. So if we get more experience, people will still talk about the big rig. Any other questions? Councillor Guthrie?
I don't have a question, but I'm just very, very mindful of many, many years of working with children. When I read this and the placing of a gate, I believe what would happen, my concern would be the safety of children, because if there's a gate and a child can go through a gate, even if you put a sign there, what I found over many, many years is that parents will sometimes take their attention off the supervision of children, and they'll turn, the kid will be gone, and I'm just concerned that there may be parents that would be sitting at the cafe having a coffee while their children are down at the playground or the miniature train line. It just rings alarm bells for me, literally, with safety and supervision and risk assessments and all that sort of stuff. As I said, that's my background with supervising kids. This one here gives me goosebumps. With a gate that children can go through.
Part of the report is that you get all that information back, Councillor Guthrie. Councillor Burkett?
Just as a second, I'm taking it as a report. I wasn't asking for all the questions and answers now. I thought that had come in the report. I take on board the safety thing, but I think you're going to get that anywhere, whether it's a glass door in the cafe or a pool fence. There's going to be that thing there always, but I think that'll all come in the report. That's what I was looking for anyway. So,
okay, any other questions? Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? I do think this is an opportunity for the secret garden, I call it, at the big rig, to be able to be enjoyed by all of our visitors to the big rig. It is part of the experience. I do understand that there would be some things that stakeholders would be concerned about, and we certainly, that's the idea of reports. We actually come and get all that information, and then some things have been brought up here, which I'm sure will come back into people's weighing up of it. But I believe this will actually enhance the big rig experience if we can find a way in some form to do this. And I do believe we need to do a risk assessment, look at reducing the risk, doing it a different way, whatever, but allow the beautiful facility there to be available. And as you notice, there's people that don't even go to the big rig, but they use the parklands. So, you know, how can we improve the experience for them? Because if they talk about that experience, that is very great for tourism in Roma through our visitors. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Hancock.
Mr Mayor, I would just like to say that I acknowledge that this is just a report to be brought back, but I also acknowledge that it takes time and actually council staff members' time and money to be able to go away and do these reports. So while they're doing a report on this, they're not doing something else that they're meant to be doing. And so that's why when I look at whether, as a councillor, as to whether I am supporting for a report to be done, if I don't agree with it now, that's why I'm actually voting against the report being done, because I actually don't agree with it and don't think it's worth the staff to be investigating it.
Also, I'm wondering if the second is happy if I increase that to as well and have an on-site visit of the gardens in that. Would you be happy to put that in there?
I'm happy with that.
To the garden, yeah, the big rig, I suppose it's the all-pash garden, but there's a lot of it that's probably not necessarily right next to the oil patch exhibits. Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder. Does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Okay, so we'll do that again. All those in favour? All those against? Lost 5-4. If I can call for a division.
4-5.
4-5, sorry. Okay, do we have lunch there?
Yes, it is.
Righto, let's, we'll go for lunch. Man, we're on to late, White?
Yep.
Yep.
Righto, other conflict?
Okay, we've got some conflicts by the look of it.
Okay, item L1, description development application for expansion of the Athena studio units at 48 Feather Street and 69 to 71 Quinton Street, Roma. Councillor Mark Edwards declaring councillor, related party, and myself and my partner Pan Otto. Particulars interest, we're looking at the house next door to 48 Feather Street. Type of conflict, declarable conflict of interest, and action leave the room while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Okay, any other conflicts on this matter? Councillor, oh well,
I'm
Councillor
just looking at the
McMillan.
list Cal's got,
Yeah,
that's all.
Cal, you're next.
Righto, please go ahead.
I, Councillor Jeff McMullen, related party is the Athena, what do they call it? The Athena,
The Athena studio units.
Athena Studios. Studio particulars of the interest. I was the contractor employed by this company to demolish the house previously on the site. I got a It's a declarable conflict of interest. Although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the decision.
Hancock.
I move that it is in the public interest that Councillor McMullen participates and votes on agenda item L.1 because a reasonable person would trust the final decision is made in the public interest.
A second, Councillor O'Neill. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour?
Did we get
No,
that
no.
on that?
No.
No, yeah, Councillor Edwards, you're out.
You can't
But
vote
you're,
either.
yeah, so anybody that's conflicted,
We should go through all the conflicts first, should we?
No,
I
you
can't.
have to
okay.
deal with them individually.
but if you know that you have one, don't vote. All those in favour? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Five. Can we do that again? All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, 6. 6-0. Okay, do we have another conflict?
Item L1, description development application for the expansion of Athena studio units at 48 Feather Street and 69 to 71 Quinton Street, Roma. Declaring councillor is myself, Councillor Wendy Taylor. Party with interest is my daughter Kylie Taylor. Particulars of the interest, Kylie is a partner in a motel in Roma, Pete's Place. I have a declarable conflict of interest and I will leave the room while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Okay, so there's nothing to do there. Okay, well, everyone can leave who has wished to, and then we'll get on with the matter. L1, development application for the expansion of Athena studio units at 48 Feather and 69 to 71 Quinton Street, Roma. Do we have a mover? Councillor Burkett.
I'll move that council approve the development application for a material material change of use for a short-term accommodation at 48 Feather Street and 6971 Quinton Street. Roma being lot 22 on R8627, lot 4 on RP 4442 and lot 65 on R8637, subject to the listed relevant reasonable and enforceable development conditions and general advice.
Okay, we have a second of councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 7-0.
Can't do without
Sit in that comfy seat.
Yeah, sure. That was the whole point.
Put that away for later, that'll be for another day.
Page 22, gas for industrial commercial development policy. I'd like to move that council adopt the gas for industrial commercial development policy as presented. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbroke. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? I certainly do. Part of council's decision to operate locally, I believe this will enhance as well for the Roma operating area where we have a retriculation system. It's a simple business principle. The more people using the gas and the more gas we use, pays for the reticulation system, and then council doesn't have to fund it. So the more we get, we've got one of our natural benefits of this area is we do have coal seam gas, and making it affordable so we can bring jobs and industry to the region is really what we're hoping to achieve with this policy, I believe. So I'll fully support the motion. Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Taylor?
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this exactly, but could we have some sort of campaign on it so people know that it's, you know, the prices are what they are? And like, I know we put it on the, you know, the communication thing that we get, but I think you need more than that. Like, you know, I don't suggest that we door knock, but that would be a good idea. Just something to get it out there to let them know that we're working hard on this. You know, I don't know what you would normally do, but honestly, the people I talk to don't know that it's half price or it's this much or whatever they are, and I don't know. What do you think, Graham?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We've already prepared a letter. We've identified a particular industrial properties that could benefit from this, and we've prepared letters, and we're just waiting for the policy to be approved, and we'll be sending those out and trying to encourage people to connect to the gas network.
Yeah, you know, especially the commercial ones downtown too, not just the...
Particularly around the Raglan area where it's easy for us to connect.
I'm thinking more down, you know, like, does Kentucky Fried have it?
Yeah, we've identified any potential properties that could connect.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. Mr. Mayor, would be a good campaign for the Western Star to help us with. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak? One of the responsibilities of the local director for Roma would be also, I believe, that to really promote bringing new business to the region, as well as getting the local business connected if they can see value in it. So I certainly agree with what Councillor Taylor you're saying, and it can all benefit to make the business unit fund itself. Okay, on that note, if no one else wishes to speak, we're going to vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item L3, request for assistance, Maranoa Netball Association. I've got a question. Just in regards to that, it's obviously not what they've actually asked for. Do we Do we have the ability to even have any shade cloth that we could, or something to put up there just to see whether it actually makes a difference in a test area? Obviously, this is going to obviously get rid of the aggregate, but I'm just wondering, the question is, would we ever have anything that we could try as well?
Mr Mayor, what we're actually looking at the moment is how the aggregate's actually getting onto the courts. There is some pricing there from a local contractor. He's come back today and actually said that he's revised his quote, and his quote now will be $5,350 because he has to hem the cloth. And
What,
he
sorry,
also
Tim?
has concerns.
Hem the cloth.
Page 32.
It's not in here.
Hem the holes, isn't
Can't
it?
understand
Also
how it's
mean
getting
the
on
hole.
there.
That's the aggregate line on it.
Oh, that's just, that's not.
No,
the hole.
but they're talking
Thank
about
God
the
for that. That's
Did you think it was a hole in it?
I was thinking that's gonna cost.
But that,
Yeah, look at the next picture, it's like chicken feed.
that seems a fair way.
Oh, yeah, okay, I got it.
Or kids throwing it on.
It's, there has been some concerns. There's two things, probably main things. One is, we're not 100% certain it's going to stop the aggregate getting onto the court surface. So that's probably why we're just at the moment recommending the street sweeper and also the cleaning of the court surface while it's getting swept at the moment. Making sure that aggregate's actually, I suppose, taken away from site and not left where it could be walked back through again. There are also some concerns being raised in regard to installation of shade cloth. It's probably going to have an average lifespan of maybe 1 year. It could put extra pressure on the fence when it's windy, and it also could cause some issues for visibility for spectators. If there's people who, or children or something might be able to see over the shade cloth. That's probably why we have recommended in the first instance to have a look at some alternatives, and then if that doesn't work, come back and say, we're still in the aggregate, we're going to have to do another way of fixing the issue.
Through you, Mr Mayor.
Yeah.
Manager Tanya, I was thinking the same thing, but I was picturing something, half a metre high, just to stop. Is it people coming around that corner too quick and like louts chucking marlies or whatever, and I'm not sure how far away it is from the road, but
Just looks a lot of gravel.
yeah, it looks like a lot of gravel. Someone's done it on purpose, but yeah, I suppose if you went high with the shade cloth, it'd cause a lot, but if it was low, it wouldn't cause as much stress. I wouldn't imagine, but
The pricing will be much the same though, being that shade cloth comes in fairly kind of standard length, so it's going to have to be cut down to size, which is where a lot of the labour's coming into it.
yeah,
Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, my thoughts, if we go ahead with the resolution and the street sweeper cleans up all the loose aggregate, and we're still getting it on the court, we then know it's coming from another
Let's start with
source.
this. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying the shade cloth's not an option, but if we remove it with a street sweeper and then they clean the courts,
Yep.
I don't know if there's any lane in the
Just looks a
lawn
lot.
around the edge, but if it's just in the lawn around, well, not the lawn, the grass outside the courts,
Yeah.
I don't think it'd be getting flicked up.
And the other thing, that was probably the three, Mr Mayor, there, was that if we tried the street sweeper and it fixed it, it was great. And if it didn't, and we knew that was the source, I had some discussions there with the team. There's maybe then just having shade cloth there looking a bit ordinary, we do it properly then. And then I was thinking, with the builders around town, you'll see their logo and that on it,
yeah.
like Maranoa netball, and do it properly, that thinner stuff. But I didn't want to spend, that was going to cost a little bit. I didn't want to spend that much money if that wasn't the issue. But I thought, as you said, councillor, if we trial it and it doesn't fix it, happily go ahead and do it properly maybe.
Looks like if kids could throw it on there, that amount to me.
Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, with the shade cloth, my thoughts are if it's coming off the tyres, it's not coming across at 200 or 300 mil. It's got to be coming across, it may be, I don't know what it is. So you made mention of the wind pressure, and I understand on the fence, but I go back to the gun club the other day when we visited, theirs is 500 mil off the ground. To let the roly-poly go through it, well, if you were 400 or 500 mil off the ground with the bottom of the shade cloth, the wind will get through that, and any stone that comes off the road, if it goes under that shade cloth, it's not going to make the courts, and that's my opinion, if you work,
Trajectory.
Yeah, what's the
What's
word?
a CSI bit?
Trajectory.
I didn't know what you called it, but.
Trajectory.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, when I was talking about shade cloth, I was just as a test to see whether it would stop. I actually think, and I was speaking to the president of netball, you know, you can get that material that's got holes in it, so I wouldn't let aggregate, but it's a print, it would be Maranoa netball and very professional look, and that's what I think they were talking about. So the shade cloth was just to see whether it would stop.
That's right,
But obviously I wouldn't be saying that, and that other stuff would probably let a lot more air through, you know, which is, but yeah, maybe this will work. But just wanted to make councillors aware that's not what they've actually asked for, but it could solve the problem. And we could try the other, because I think they have to. The other question is, could we actually put it on our roster to blow it, so they're not having to do it even in the meantime, just to make sure it's not extra things for the volunteers to do. Yeah, to go over it, you know, once a week or whatever, and just blow that as another precaution if we're not doing the material.
We could, Mr Mayor, bring that back as an amendment to their user agreement. They've got an exclusive agreement which requires, they're responsible for the cleaning, but if the council did want to take on some of the cleaning of the courts for the group, that's something we could bring back as an amendment to the agreement.
Well, just with this problem, you know, while it's a problem,
Yeah.
which probably should be cheaper than putting the material up if we're not doing that straight away. Any other questions, councillors? Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
I move that Council 1 organise a street sweeper to remove excess aggregate from the surface of Bassett Lane and the car park adjacent to the netball precinct. 2, clean the court surface and remove as much of the aggregate from the area as possible. 3, monitor the transfer of aggregate onto the courts and report to council any additional findings.
Have a seconder? Councillor Ladbroke. Would the mover and seconder be interested in putting in there to organise, if agreeable to Maranoa netball, that to blow the court in this trial period?
Council to blow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can we, so we're going to clean the court first?
That probably covers that, I reckon.
Clean the court
No, I
first,
mean
and
like
then-
weekly is what I was suggesting, whilst we got this, to see if there's any stone.
For those blowers, will they blow those stones off?
Yeah. Well, maybe, Mr Mayor, would it be that just, because we've got that event coming up, we trial that, and then just a fifth dot point that a further report be brought back on the effectiveness of it? Because if
Yeah,
it comes
no,
back and it's
that-
effective, well, it's good. If it's not, then maybe that's the answer. Then we do the netting and that, so.
Do we have to amend the policy to be able to do that? I'm just, in recognition of what Manager Tanya said before, do we have to, if we do this, it's in direct conflict to the policy, isn't it?
Mr Mayor, we could have it as a temporary arrangement for a set amount of time, and then if it becomes more of a permanent thing, there'd be a need to change the agreement.
And that's why I was saying, we bring the report back. This is just for this carnival. We'll see if it works. If it doesn't, as we said, bring a report back, and it maybe we look at for the budget there that the the proper, it's not shade cloth, but the proper material there and something else in there. But yeah.
So sorry, that's not, yeah. That hasn't got that in there.
What's that?
Be provided for, so where we say number 2, clean the court surface and remove as much as the aggregate from the area as possible, would you add it in as 3 or would you add it in as 4 about the weekly cleaning?
Well, I think Director Rob's suggesting .4 instead of that, till we see how it goes.
Okay.
That's my understanding, I might be wrong, but, yeah, to see how, rather than do the weekly cleaning at this point in time.
Yeah, just-
That was my understanding, but I might be wrong.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
I'm happy with that.
Okay, any opposition?
Who was that lady?
Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? I'll speak against the motion. I believe we should be listening to one of the issues that has been brought up is the stones are on there now, so I believe there should be some extra blowing of the court now. And hopefully if our other measures actually work, we're not blowing anything away, like there's nothing left there. But I do believe that we should be doing it, even part of the what we're doing for this carnival, so we can have Plan A and Plan B in place, like straight away, basically.
You could move an amendment.
Yeah, I could. But, yeah, we'll see how this motion goes. Okay,
Can I just ask a question?
please go
What
ahead.
date is the carnival?
It's actually, it is in, it's next month, is it, I did that, yeah.
You're probably
Whether
the
it's
school
16th, I'll
holidays,
have to have a
wouldn't
look,
it?
yeah, it is in July.
Or
We've got the, I know the rugby league, I get them mixed up, there's rugby league one next week, the under 10 carnivals next week, and then this one's,
Because I just don't see in the
25th.
report that this was about anything about a carnival, so now I'm a bit confused.
no, there is a carnival, quite a significant carnival coming up, councillors, I can tell you that.
But,
We ruled on the temporary courts on the same carnival.
yeah, I understand that, but I couldn't see whether this issue was just about the carnival. I thought it was just about the.
They're very concerned about it with the carnival coming up. It's going to be a very big event, and that's what we said. And that's where this, well, that's where I was approached about it from the angle of the carnival coming up. In addition, they wanted the 3 additional courts on the grassed area and that sort of stuff. So it was all part of that conversation when we met them on site. So,
Mr Mayor, through you, Director Rob, so the only other thing that would impact this if there's a normal club games beforehand, so it might have to be checked on a weekly basis because of that, because if we do the initial clean and then they have in 2 weeks' time they have a club day, they have to be checked before then anyway. So.
yeah, I was certainly going to do the organising the street sweeper pretty much straight away, but the actual sweeping of the courts there, because they do it on the weekends, they do sweep it. It was for us actually to do it in that week leading up to the carnival. So I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I can't think of the exact date,
Oh, that's fine.
but it's actually next month. Yeah.
So, and obviously I think it's in the report that the President, and I put a CR in about this issue, so, yeah. Anyway, I've spoken against it. Do we have anyone to speak for the motion? Anyone want to speak against the motion? And we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 7-2, if I can call for a division. Okay, moving on. L4, request for fee waiver, Dunkeld Pony Club. Councillor Burkett.
I'd like to move that council approve all fees associated with the hire of the Mitchell Showground by the Dunkeld Pony Club for the 10th and 11th of July 2021 be waived. Consider all costs associated with the hire of the Mitchell Showgrounds be allocated to the 2021-2022 in-kind assistant major budget.
Okay, we have a seconder, Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I think this is a great, very proactive club. We had 2 pony clubs in the Mitchell area, and now this was the minor one originally. Now it's taken over and the only one in existence, and they do a great job. So I think any support they can get is very great, very good.
Does anyone else wish to speak? I too would like to say any support I believe as Mayor that we can offer for our volunteers that provide sports for our children and adults. I think we're the #1 organisation that can help, and that's, I believe, our job, and I certainly will be supporting this motion. Okay, anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L5, lease in June commercial space. Do we have a mover? Councillor Guthrie.
Yeah, I'm happy to move this because I did move it previously, so this is just the update. I'd like to move number 1, that council accept the notice provided by Hornicks Timber and Haulage Proprietary Limited as trustee for the Trent Hornick Family Trust, that it's not able to proceed with the proposed lease of the commercial space at 32 Hutton Street, Injune, the premises. Number 2, on the basis that a lease of the premises has previously been offered by the tender and no lease has been entered into, council resolves to apply the exception available pursuant to section 2361E of the Local Government Regulation 2012 Queensland to offer a lease of the premises to Womblebank Sawmilling Company Proprietary Limited as trustee for the Trent and Nicky Family Trust for a market rent and on terms and conditions no less favourable to the council as the terms previously offered to or by Hornicks Timber and Haulage Proprietary Limited as a trustee for the Trent Hornick Family Trust. 3, council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to finalise and execute a lease of the premises to Womblebank Sawmilling Company Proprietary Limited as trustee for the Trent and Nicky Family Trust for an initial term of 1 year with options to renew for a further 5 terms of 1 year for a rent not less than the current market value and on acceptable terms and conditions, provided always that those terms and conditions must be no less favourable to council as the terms previously offered to the previous proposed tenant.
We have a seconder, Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L6, investment attraction brochure. I've just got a question. The brochure for Roma, it doesn't look like it. Is this the front page of the brochure?
That's correct, Mr Mayor, yep.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry, Mayor, before you
That's all right.
continue, I'll have to make a declaration, unfortunately. Well, not
Go ahead.
Unfortunately, I wasn't prepared, so I apologise to everyone. Held the items L6.
Where is it? Down near the drag club. You just don't go the drags often.
Title is investment attraction brochure. Declare the councillors myself. The related party is the Country University Centre Maranoa. Of which I am the chair and non-executive director.
It must be listed as well,
I didn't see
And CUC Maranoa is referred to on page 62 of the brochure.
If these conflicts keep going.
R7.
Not today, but he does.
We didn't have it in our brochure. Why didn't we have it in our brochure?
So easy to get caught, isn't it?
My assessment, Mayor, CEO, would be that this just references it, but it's not about it, the report. So therefore I say it's a declarable conflict of interest. And although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias. Therefore, I choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting of whether I can remain and participate in the decision.
Councillor Taylor?
I believe that it is in the public interest that Councillor O'Neill participates and votes on agenda item L6 because a reasonable person would trust that the final decision was made in the public interest.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Any questions, councillors?
Probably just a comment from the opposite, Mr Mayor, just probably by way of update.
Sure.
So, Mr Mayor, this brochure, it's part of a suite of brochures. There are 6 members, councils in the South West Regional Organisation of Councils, as you're fully aware. So there's a main brochure that's you've got a copy of, which is the South West Queensland brochure. So bear in mind these are South West Rock documents. We will use them, but they're principally theirs. So it's been a difficult job for the consultants to coordinate 6 local councils to get to agree on the same style guide, colours, words, all those sorts of things. But we've come to this place. The reason why it's come to you in a state, because there are some typos in there, there's a couple of little things we've sorted out, corporate comms and myself, in a hurry, is because they've asked for this to be adopted by this Friday. Excuse me. That was all. So that was at a teleconference 2 days ago. So we've brought it to you, asking you to give your in principle support for the way it looks and the content of it. As I said, there are some typos in there, and there's a couple of inaccurate numbers which we're sorting out right now. I can make changes till Friday. So it is. Sorry, a big part is ideal to present you with the final draft, but this is the all but final draft.
Through Mr. Manager Ed. I noticed this is just a photograph thing. I know. Well, Roma didn't miss out. They got a fair bit of stuff in there, but there's a lot of double up in photos. You'd think that they could like 2 lots of same with the sheep and the solar panels, and 2 of something else. I thought the must be the Cosmos Centre or something. You think they could find a few more attractions to put in there to,
Don't have a lot of space.
Mix,
Yeah,
I suppose.
don't have a lot of time now to be.
Well, that would have been one I might have thought of.
I should have brought a copy myself to have a look at.
Yeah,
it.
I know which one.
Yeah, this was through you, Mr Mayor, I was going to say,
So
Manager Ed did already say it's
the difficult we
South West Rock document.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And it's very late.
and also too, when viewing these documents, we have to bear in mind what they're going to be used for. So they're like our Roma revealed brochures. We market them in Melbourne, not locally. So these brochures are not meant to be local documents. These are meant to be out there in capital cities. So people won't notice what you and I notice.
Yeah, and I just
So-
think with the double ups, they could have put it the long river, like something like that.
Councillor.
So is it a double up in our brochure?
In the photos.
I
Yeah.
think it's the way, it's printing. I think what you're seeing maybe, Councillor Burkett, is that's the same across.
Oh, sorry, I'm with you. It's a double spread.
Yeah, it's a double spread.
But there is a double up a couple of the.
So that would be the same base
like this one.
across.
This
But anyway.
one's the same. That's the same as that.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Firstly, it looks great, and it's such a great, exciting project to be a part of. Just with the opportunities in the Maranoa one, I'm just something that I thought we might have missed, if there's a possibility, is a couple of things. I think a really great selling point for our region is the size of our larger blocks. and that's sort of not noted in here about amazing lifestyle, and so that's just an idea about, we have got bigger blocks out here than they do in the cities, and so, that would have been one. There doesn't seem to be anywhere in here, that mentions like the upgrade of the Roma hospital, which would be, another really great, thing to sell, and the other one is our.
It does have the photo there though.
It does, but it doesn't actually list it in the document. It says about health, and it talks about regional health hubs, and allied health consulting rooms, but doesn't actually mention about that hospital. And the other one is probably the quality of our education facilities, our schools, our TAFEs, those sorts of facilities that might also be a benefit to bringing people to the region. So I just thought I'd make those comments.
Thanks, Councillor Hancock. In reference to the first point, which was the
Larger blocks.
larger blocks, do you mean industrial lots or you're talking about lifestyle blocks?
I'm talking about lifestyle blocks under
Okay.
amazing lifestyle.
Yep, all right.
Even maybe under our discover our affordability with the medium house prices there, maybe we can
Yeah.
extend the wording there to include.
Yeah, somewhere out there, I just think it's a great selling point.
Thank you.
Especially in the COVID environment that we're in, that space is a great selling point.
Content, thank you. Mr Mayor, I would make it, just a revision on potentially the resolution that provided corporate comms agreed with the final draft that council adopt this brochure, put a condition on it. So Sophie and I can work over the next couple of days and
There's also the draft for publication, subject to any edits circulated
Yeah, that would be good.
by Friday lunchtime.
yeah, that'd be great, yeah.
Well, yeah, I'd like to actually move that council, well, I'll put in the motion, that council asks for some changes to the Maranoa to show the lifestyle opportunities in the Maranoa pages of this draft, whatever. Because, yeah, anyway, we'll have that in the debate, because this, when you look at this, it's all industrial. There's no actual pictures. We've got different communities. We're looking for people to come and invest in all of our communities, and then you go and have a look at the St George one, or in the southwest, and yeah, they've got some, but they've got, looks like cotton there. But we've got beautiful, attractive communities, and we haven't got one picture of the actual lifestyle, which, what I mean is, we've got our bowl trees, we've got our, it looks like it's an industrial area.
Just potentially, I maybe didn't qualify this as well as I should have. So primarily, it's an investment attraction brochure. So it's going to be targeting specific industries for money-making opportunities here. We're trying to get new gaps into the supply chain. We're trying to get new industries interested, or value-adding industries. So it's not a lifestyle brochure. It was never meant for that as marketing. So it's merely used as a trigger. There'll be very, very few of these printed. They'll be mostly online, and will be targeted specifically at target industries, was the purpose of the brochure. If we were doing a industry and lifestyle development brochure, it might have been more extensive, but I just wonder whether that helps in trying to rationalise this.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Have we got in there anything about the gas and all that sort of stuff? The reduction in the gas?
Just references to LNG out here, gas production.
Yeah.
There are references to that. In any of these types of brochures, the purpose of them is to get attention. First, the attention of someone, a busy person, CEOs of companies, busy. Get their attention, create an interest just
want a
with
lot
a
of
few
writing
words and get them on the phone. That's the whole purpose
They
of
can
the.
always link it across to something else that represents us.
I think, through you, Mr Mayor, councillor, you talk about the availability of actually gas to industrial like so, are you?
Yes.
Yeah, not so much the CSG industry, but
No,
our
like,
uniqueness is we've
you
actually
know,
got
how
our
we've
gas
reduced
network.
our like,
Yeah,
I think we actually listed in there that Roma's got a reticulated gas network,
I think that was the question,
Yeah.
yeah.
but the price of it, you know, to
Yeah.
encourage
and it's definitely an advantage for us.
development, you know.
It is, yeah.
Because what they'd be paying in Sydney or Melbourne or Brisbane, we would be a lot lower than them.
Exactly.
So we
So
just
that'd
check
be just
dot
good
point
to,
and
you know,
reference the affordability of it.
give that a bit of a hit, you know.
Councillor Burkett?
Mr Mayor, Manager, this is just another, Carnarvon National Parks got allocated on the Mitchell line. Probably should be Mount Moffat because that's, Carnarvon's more in June. So just not to confuse the two sort of.
One of my typos too.
Yeah, so whether you add another line, so put Mount Moffat and then also maybe in June give them a, so it's just an extra line, look after in June.
Page 56 of it.
Yeah.
55.
So I understand what you say, Manager Ed, but part of this funding that this has come from is that they're actually using it to attract staff as well. So it's actually connected, it's an investment strategy, but you also need staff to come out if this is, you know, what part of Southwest Rock is. And it's just interesting when you look at, like, if you go to page, like, unless people don't want to live here, they still want to have a business in an attractive place. And how on page 59 and 60, it's even showing the solar powered side of the world, but it's got attractive spaces. So, and I understand what you're saying, but people still, like, if they want to come and bring their family here and start a business, it's got to look attractive. And I think, yeah, so anyway, we can see whether that's supported or not. But I believe we need to take a couple of these photos out and put in some Maranoa beauty sort of ones, so it's an attractive place to start a business and invest. Otherwise, it's just like a mine, you know?
Excuse me, Greg, that, you said this has got to be done by Friday.
Oh, they'd like, yeah, it's adopted by Friday, yeah.
It's just some photos is what I'm...
Make some changes, but, you know, if we start making it major changes,
Yeah, no, I don't believe major, but I believe if you look at some of the other areas, that like that southwest, they've got lifestyle as part of the attraction. Whereas it doesn't look like we've got that as part of our attraction, it's more just industry. So, you know, we could have a picture of some cattle in a paddock or bottle trees, because it's not just a Roma brochure, it's meant for the whole Maranoa. So we've got to have, and we can only have a couple of themes in there, but one of them should be lifestyle, I believe.
Just on that, Mr Mayor, just to help out, I guess when you look at it, because it's a double page, that middle picture, it's actually the truck and the map all on one. So there's only the option on the front page and then the last page is actually must be to do with the engineering excellence, that business. So would it just be replacing one of the pictures on the front page?
I think the front page is crucial, that we've got to have the prettiest location that you go, gee, I'd like to live there.
So where is that one down at the solar? Is that?
No, it's here. The bottom one.
Oh, is that the one out near the
Near
drag?
the drag club.
Oh, yeah.
Drags.
Yeah, I was calling it the Cosmos.
I mean, I understand it's trying to get industry out here, but yeah.
But if you look at the formula they've used in the southwest, they've got industry mixed with lifestyle, as in the sheep and the green fields, or the cotton and the dining. But they've still got, you know, the solar panels and the communication stuff. So, yeah, I think really, like, for instance, the hospital, yeah, I mean, obviously the community's very happy to have a new hospital, I'd imagine, but the question is, how do we grab their attention, say that's a beautiful place? Because there's plenty of jobs here, but it's getting people to come here. You can't grow if you haven't got enough people who want to be here.
Could you, sort of make it like say 10 photos in one, like covering sport and cultural and social that engages, you know, like whether it's a small shot of a golf course or, you know, lush, I don't know if Rome's got lush fairways, but, you know, something like that. I don't know the word, but.
A
have like
diorama.
A what?
A diorama, lots
I'll
and lots
go
of
with
little.
whatever you reckon there. Yeah, so right across that little area down the bottom.
Kaleidoscope.
Kaleidoscope, is that what you're in?
Lots of pictures of that.
Anyways,
He doesn't know that. He's happy.
that might capture a lot of stuff in one instead of one picture.
I actually think maybe that, like, even the top is not, the top's just an empty car park with, looks like the interpretive centre or the canteen, is it?
It should have
Yeah.
been a sale day where you saw all the cattle and all the
Yeah.
cars.
Yeah,
Or a picture of the cattle in the
like
field.
cattle, yeah.
Yeah.
And because because of COVID, we all know, like, you have a tree change, you go in the country, that's something other people can't replicate, like, you know, in city areas. So a couple of those and some industry. So the Roma Hospital, good, but, and then on the next page, you've got that near dark experience, which is fine, but I don't know whether you're going to get enough scope from it. But all I would actually like to see is some lifestyle pictures to attract industry to come and invest in our region. It could be down at Surat on the river, you know, people having a barbecue down there. It could be, we don't have a lot of room and it's only a few photos difference, really.
Apart from that, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's, I know it's easy for us to look from the outside, poking holes, sorry. You get a lot more on your plate than that.
Probably more guided, I believe, like in that southwest, boundless opportunities in the southwest, like how they've used their formulas on what they're working on.
Mr Mayor, the reference to Roma Hospital, so it's a photograph of the Roma Hospital on
Yeah.
the front page.
Yeah,
You'd like
and then top and bottom of you know, like attractive, like, wow, I'd like to move there and invest in the business there, I believe. And see that mining sector one, that's fine, but you probably can't see the picture really well. So is there a better, like where you say, oh, that's cool, they do that out there, you know?
I suppose it's what we offer in abundance, like cattle, water, you know, those sort of things that jump out, gas.
Crops.
So
and
that
good
is,
in
that's a
here.
double page, Mr Mayor.
Yeah,
If
it
you have
is.
a look at that together, you see it's actually a whole truck with the map, that photo. Like it's a cattle truck.
But even that, I think it could be a brighter picture of if you're gonna put a road train on there. Manager Ed, we would have plenty of photos, wouldn't we, that we could provide some good quality even out of the,
I think that's more than.
yeah. So like the Roma reveals some of those, there might be something in there that we could put in there. Basically on a lifestyle to drag, oh wow, I'd like to invest there because that looks really good. No, that's right, but I do think it needs to have some, because it's interesting, you know, even though the funding is for investment attraction, they have still, one of the connected to that is even getting staff to come to grow the investment in the region. So, you know, it's not just been, you know, nuts and bolts investment, it's also part of that getting staff to do that, and that's why they're doing the little videos of, you know, coming and living in the Maranoa. Do you know about them? Yeah. So that's part of this to enable, otherwise they said, well, we invested there, but it was hard to get everyone, and we had to pay them a fortune to come. So this is what part of this attraction is.
So we've got a reasonable list of changes there. If you're happy with those, I'll play around with that.
No,
Safety and open.
Mr Mayor.
Well, the one I would like on, what I'd like to add to that is the front page to have attractive lifestyle shops, or one photo or whatever, where people go, wow, I'd like to live there.
Mr Mayor?
Yep.
Can I just, Manager Ed, I know it's only trivial, but on that page 62, the number 7's in the wrong spot on the map. You may have already picked that up, but.
Yeah,
that's
and
right.
then there's also some few spelling errors as well. So.
I just picked up on the number 7, that's all.
Can I, oh, sorry. Manager Ed, just on page 67, there's a photo of a bloke standing beside a twin cab Hilux. Is that to do with the Morven? I'm assuming that's the Morven freight hub, but it's just seems a bit random. I know this has got nothing to do with your side of it, but yeah, it's just another odd one.
Yeah, that's the Southwest road.
Ah,
We don't
Southwest
have any
part.
control
So,
over it.
Southwest, that's us too.
Yeah.
So we're all in that big green brochure
Random.
together, but yeah. No, it's the,
Oh, once again, it hooks in like that.
Yeah, no,
So it
so,
must
but it only
have to
shows
do-
his trailer.
And then the car, yeah.
Yeah, but really.
That's right.
apologies, not ideal.
No, sorry, and that's what I say, it's easy for us to poke.
Anything else councillors wanted to put into that list?
It's all good, eh?
To-
Just the gas.
So you're talking about a little bit of wording about, we've got
Yeah,
an
just the-
attractive gas for industry policy.
Did you get that wrong?
I think I know the one you mean.
You know, just the cost, how,
Yeah, but the gas there too, just in terms of just promoting that we actually have a very cost-effective
yes.
gas network. Yep.
I don't think that needs to be.
Anything else that councillors can think of?
Sorry, Kel, just that last dot point. It wasn't so much the gas industry. It was in relation to how we got
How it's cheap.
we have a gas supply in town.
Yeah.
The supply of,
Yeah, reticulated gas supply. Yeah.
Economically
We have a
attractive.
cost-effective tariff, what is it, local business or something?
We can help Kel the words there.
Big
So.
comparative advantage for us.
No, sure. No.
Thanks, Kel.
I think it's about $45 every 3 months.
You've got to be.
Anything else? Right, I'll move that council requests changes to the Maranoa segment of the brochure to visually highlight lifestyle opportunities unique to the Maranoa for inclusion in the draft Southwest Regional Organisation of Councils, Southwest Rock, Maranoa Investment Prospectus, including larger lifestyle blocks than in the cities, upgraded Roma Hospital, quality of education facilities, Mount Moffat reference to include the town of Injune, images to demonstrate lifestyle unique to Maranoa, front page updated to visually show attractive lifestyle imagery in the Maranoa, wording regarding the supply of effectively tariffed local, what do we call it? Local,
Is it?
Reticulated gas system.
It's not local, Mr Mayor.
no, for local industry.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were going to say
What's
local.
that one called?
Regarding.
Local.
So reticulated gas network.
Low
Was
cost.
the Roma reticulate gas supply.
It is, no, but we have a thing in there for local business that is attractive to drive that, and I think that's what you're
Yeah,
talking
that's what
about.
I'm trying to get at. Like, let them know that it's cheap in some way.
You've got effectively tariff there, but the message you're trying to get across is it's fairly cheap and there's a lot of opportunities there because
Yeah, for local business. Articulated gas for local business. Right, anything else?
Capital,
Okay.
Just,
capital I for Injune, Cal.
yeah, and just with that one, just you understand, Mount Moffat for Mitchell and the reference for Carnarvon for Injune, is that, so just have them both included, but Mount Moffat for Mitchell and Carnarvon for Injune, just so that's their uniqueness with that. That makes sense?
Okay. We have a seconder? Councillor Edwards, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
Sorry about that, Ed.
L7, request for approval to refurbish buildings at C&K Maranoa Kindergarten. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
Move the council provide in principle consent to the Croatian Kindergarten Association Limited to proceed rather with the scheduled maintenance to the council-owned buildings at 49 Bungle Street, Roma.
Yeah, probably more with the, cattle. Yeah, but I think it needs to be, cattle and like where's going country.
It's not a competition, but
That's good with two generations, but I don't think it's as representative of the whole region.
Keep your hand up real messy.
So do we have, we lost our screen. Do we have a mover?
Second.
Seconder?
Mover, we've got the
Righto.
seconder.
We have a seconder, councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L8, recommendation to procure one four-wheel drive, all-wheel drive backhoe loader. I had a question on this one. Just in regards to where it said if it was, I think, optioned correctly or whatever, is there any clarification?
The operator actually drove a demo machine, so it's not to our spec. It's the same model machine, but the dealers aren't going to put like $30,000 worth of accessories in there for someone to demo one.
Yeah, but have we confirmed with, say, the operator that will have all the stuff that they want?
Their department signed on the signed off on the specification before it was advertised.
So it'll be exactly what they want.
Yeah, it's the same specification. The actual team leader at the Injune Towns and Surrounds team signed off on it. And again, she is another operator of the machine.
We're just going for the old.
It's the same spec that Surat also signed off and got last year, and Mitchell, Plumbers and Towns and Surrounds.
And I see there was Northern Area maintenance, the officer up there did, so he's signed off on the gear on
He
it?
actually drove that machine as well, the coordinator for that area. The team leader wasn't available, and so it was the operator and the coordinator, but the team leader signed off on the specification. Along with the manager as well.
Councillor Burkett.
I'd like to move that Council 1 select RDO equipment for the purchase of one John Deere 315 SL backhoe for the purchase price of $201,300, including GST, excluding CTP and registration. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to enter in final negotiations with RDO equipment and raise a purchase order if the final terms are acceptable.
We have a second, councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. L9, Roma Saleyards Multi-Purpose Facility.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
There's a report titled report number LC7. It's just got a bit more background to this one, so probably worth just laying this one on the table, council, review
I'll
that.
move we lay it on the table till later in the meeting, Mr Mayor.
All those in favour? 9-0. L10, changes to development conditions for the RCTC Caravan Park expansion, reference 2020/20118. Councillor Taylor.
Some conflict in this one? We're calling it L10, are we?
It's L10 because we had some problems in the system.
L10, yeah. Changes to the development conditions for the Roma Clay Target Club Caravan Park expansion, reference 2020/2118. Declaring councillor as Wendy Taylor. Interested party is myself, as I am the treasurer of the Roma Clay Target Club. I have a declarable conflict of interest and will leave the room while the matter is voted on.
Okay, do any other conflicts on this one? Councillor Ladbrook?
Item number L10, the description changes to the development conditions of the RCTC Caravan Park expansion, reference number 2020/2118. I am the George Ladbrook, the councillor, declarable councillor, and my related party, I have business associates in the club. Should that be enough?
So you
Provide a product
to the club,
to the club,
to the bakery, sorry.
yeah, to the bakery and the club, and particulars of interest.
Yeah, read it out of the.
Oh yeah, I attend the meeting on Monday and have now become aware that I have a declarable COIU because of commercial interest with one of the parties associated with the gun club proposal. I supply a product to the bakery. The type of conflict, I have declarable conflict of interest, and the action I'll take, I'll leave the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Don't you actually have to name who the related party is?
Bakery.
Robert Nugent.
No, he's not, well,
So it depends who you deal with, I suppose.
he's not the club, he's not in the club.
No.
He's not official.
Who the associates are, I guess.
Yep. Good. You know, I've had dealings with them for 20 years.
So, with who?
Who?
Bakery.
Yeah. No,
Western
the name.
Bakeries, Robert Nugent. Which you could say, I don't know, is a, Robert Nugent is a prominent member of the gun club
Be the president.
No.
or the caravan park, whatever you want to call it.
Now you're going to deal with that.
And
Already told us.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'll be leaving the room. That's
Okay,
it.
any other conflicts?
Tim, go now.
Okay, so
Yeah,
council.
you're finished, yeah, you pack your bags.
So item L10, changes to development conditions for the RCTC Caravan Park expansion, reference 2020/20118. Do we have any questions, councillors?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Officer Chris. I did miss the last deputation on Monday. With this change to the your recommendation is 10 metres
Yes.
for the height. There's no middle ground to go 20?
No, there is. If councillors choose to, they can extend it from 10 metres to whatever they think's reasonable. We went 10 metres because that was the extent of one of the submitters' property boundaries. So if we were to go 10 metres, it would essentially take that fence to the edge of their western part of their driveway.
Yeah.
So that's why we nominated 10 metres. But if you wanted to go further, for whatever reason, you could put that in your recommendation.
It does have a, I know we talked about it on site, but the total
50 metres.
50.
Estimate, yeah, about 50 metres. Yep.
That's including the 10, or not including the 10.
That is including the 10. So the entire length from the western side of the western side access where we were
Yep.
to the
Mound.
western elevation of that clubhouse
Yep.
is about 50 metres.
And what was the original condition?
To extend for the 50 metres a fence 2.6 metres in height, which would reflect the existing fencing on the property.
So it'll all be the same then?
It'll all be the same.
And I got a question. Do we have the ability, if council decided to keep that condition as it was, to give the gun club more time to do it? To comply with it?
So yes, I guess in a way that they have already, I guess, commenced operations. So it is critical that they put that fence in as quickly as possible. But if you're wanting to extend it out for whatever reason, give them a reasonable time to construct it.
Well, I mean for the extra bit, so do one bit and then, more time to do the other. Or either way, but just more time. If it's a bigger job, more time is some way that you can try and work with people.
Of course, yeah, yeah.
Through the Mayor, Chris, what is the time frame?
So the fence was to be constructed prior to the commencement of the expansion, the new use. So they've got approval to operate up to 48. They came back late last year and asked for an additional, I think, 24 up to 68 caravan parks. And before they could start using those additional ones, they're required to put that fence in. So they've commenced operations, and so essentially they're non-compliant with the development approval at the minute, but they're negotiating this condition. So pending the outcome of this, then I guess we can consider how long we'll give them either to construct whatever fence council decides.
Just one of the things too to notice, and it was mentioned that the gateway too, even though the fence is still, and having their extension of the deck too was a bit of an issue too, because it's sort of, you've got all that perfect fence and then there's a big opening before the fence starts again. So there was some suggestions with that too, making some wing walls, like, I don't know if that was brought up in the last.
It wasn't.
No.
Any other questions, councillors?
So,
If you want, I guess the justification for the officer recommendation essentially is that the 2.6 metres that's currently there and screening out the existing caravan park was because it was intended to screen out caravans, where this extension is essentially, and importantly, to screen out pedestrians. So obviously a pedestrian isn't as high, a person isn't as high as a caravan. So ordinarily a 1.8 metre high fence is high enough to screen out or to prevent people from looking across the street. And so that's why we've put this recommendation back to council.
I think some of the issues too, the building is elevated, I think that was.
And the deck would be higher too, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And then the veranda's higher, I think the 3 different levels.
So we've done the 10 metres to sort of account for that and the neighbours. So the 10 metres will essentially screen that section of the clubhouse out from the neighbours, and then we've recommended it gradually taper down as it moves towards the western elevation, because the activity as you move further to the west isn't as intense as it is closer to the deck.
Can I just ask a question through the Mayor? When I look at the map, on one side of Gagan Road is actually rural residential. So there's nothing down the track to say that there wouldn't be further housing development undertaken in that rural residential. Would that be a fair consideration?
It's a
So even though
assumption,
we're
yeah.
making a decision today, we're making a decision not just for today, but for the future, on the other side of Gagan Road.
There is a
that
fair
correct?
assumption that if the zoning does support that type of activity, and it could happen in the future, yes.
But on which end are you referring to?
Well, when you look at
Western.
the map, one side is actually sporting, one's rural residential
Where it is?
on the northern side of Gagan Road, and the other side, I've taken it from another sort just to have a look at the map, and the other is then sport and rec.
That's what.
Right.
the-
Southern side, the northern side is rural residential.
Yep.
See there? That could be subdivided.
Where's the,
See, there's just gun club there, that's all rural residential,
over here, yeah.
yeah. So that down the track it could be
Well,
subdivided,
what's the green one?
that's.
Mayor,
that's
what's a
sporting.
reasonable timeframe
Sporting,
to
that's sporting.
construct a 2.6 metre
Here.
And over
fence
here.
by 50 metres? What were you thinking to give some breathing space?
I don't know,
That one there I'm referring to.
6 weeks, is it? I mean, I don't know. I mean,
it's very difficult at the moment, getting materials and
Getting tradesmen.
getting tradesmen, it's very difficult.
Generally, in the past, what we've done is if the applicant has shown an intention to construct the fence and they're actively seeking out the materials
Yeah, but the
or a
fence
builder,
must be along here.
council hasn't carried out any compliance action.
I don't want
If there's been resistance, then we can, but I mean,
they've already fenced it.
within reason, would allow them a reasonable time to construct that fence.
Or it could be the first 25 metres is done and then the second could be done like a year later or something to help with budgeting to do it or something, you know?
Probably got the scale of one contractor to do the whole lot though, you know, cost.
I think
But at least offering that is something, because, you know, trying to, is all I'm saying is, it's an opportunity.
Or is it do we put in the resolution, we recognise that there are some challenges at the moment in sourcing material, and as the officer said, if there's intent there, then, you know.
Do we encompass that driveway at all, or is that a bit,
in terms of putting a screen across that driveway,
Not
you know,
across
like,
it.
because there's two like wings,
Oh,
there's
wings.
two
Funnel in.
fence lines, like there's the gateway that's got the steel strainers, and then the high fences behind it, so whether you bring that, Colorbond fence out to make a wing wall sort of thing, that, and it probably in a way would make it less inclined for caravanners, because if it's funneled in, it'll look small and they go, oh yeah, geez.
Councillor Burgett, bringing from the fence to the gate's not the issue. They want to go the other way, don't they?
Oh, but that would still cut a lot of it out,
It's not gonna, they raised the question about people walking.
going the other way.
Yeah, so the funnel wants to go back if it's gonna
Goes
happen.
in, yeah.
Yeah, I can understand. Yeah. Well, but that'd work in way to stop, because if they see a smaller gateway, 9 times out of 10 they go, well, that's.
Yeah.
But anyway,
potentially.
that's it. Yeah.
But like, if council did the 50 metres,
If what?
council did 50 metres, like,
Not us doing it, you mean the.
no, I mean,
Yeah.
if that was a condition, is to allow, whether they would do it all at once, but just for budgeting reasons, they could split it in half, which would deal, you know, just more time to do it. Now, whether they want to do it or not, and it really depends, someone might move on the recommendation, so it's,
Mr Mayor, I guess you're suggesting that they stage the construction of the fencing, and the first stage would be the clubhouse deck and the amenities, and then at a later stage they could.
well, just to help with their budgets and costs and all of that, so they might do, you know, they've done it in stages before, so it might be a way, they may not be interested in that, but it might be a way of saying, we understand your issues, but, you know, this could be a way that, you know, because this is long-term decisions we're making, so.
Yeah, I think, well, I get the impression that the hesitation from the club isn't so much a financial one, but it's more to do with that they just don't think it's rational or reasonable to have to put in a fence of that scale to screen out people or pedestrians. They've never raised the financial constraints. Just for your information.
Yeah, no, thank you for that.
Yeah.
It's probably more difficult to get a
to come back, yeah.
Well, even so with the fencing too, councillors, even by stock standard size, I think that the issue they had the first time round was having to get it, you know, specially made, because it's not a standard sort of size, so.
I thought it was normal.
2.6.
It was just the posts with it.
The one,
The post, yeah.
The post
Might
with
have been
the,
the posts were
yeah.
longer.
The rest is standard, just.
yeah,
the
2.3 or something, and then the 300 on top.
yeah. Actually, that's why we actually put the gap under it, to actually, would actually make it easier, because
Yeah,
we wouldn't actually
yeah.
get the fence in that
That's
height.
right.
Just because I know that they sing about the people, but I think the concern is still people looking, you know, that's
Even on the deck, I think
not the deck and like not knowing the people, sort of like.
Mr Mayor, I'm prepared to move something and test the waters. I'll move that, I'll read it off Kel's ward. Council issue a decision notice, change application to the Clay Target Club. B, the decision notice, change application, approve changes to development conditions in attachment 1 of decision notice 2020-20, what's that, 2018, is it?
No.
Up a little bit, Cal, please.
That, what's 2118 though?
No, it's just.
That's just the file
It's just the
number.
notice number.
Oh, notice number, sorry, I was looking at dates. Okay, 2118 dated 16th of December 2020, and C, the decision notice change application be accompanied by a development approval showing the following changes to attachment 1 of decision notice 2020-20118, that condition 27 be amended from, excuse me, fencing is to be provided along the Gagan Road frontage, extending from the western site access to the western elevation of the clubhouse, as generally shown in red on approved plan number 202009-503. Stage 3 proposed site layout dated 23rd of the 6/20, marked in red. The fencing shall be provided to a height of 2.6 metres and consist of a 1.8 metre high solid screen panel topped with a 300mm high panel of steel lattice, erected with a gap of 500mm between the natural ground level and the bottom fence rail. The fencing shall avoid any disturbance to the existing trees along the site boundary. Note, a building permit will be required to be issued prior to the construction of the fence. 2, fencing is to be provided along the Gagan Road frontage, extending from the western site access to the western elevation of the clubhouse, as generally shown in red on approved plan number 202009-503. Stage 3 proposed site layout dated 23rd of the 6/20, marked in red. The fencing shall avoid any disturbance to the existing trees along the site boundary. The fencing shall be provided to a height of 2.6 metres for a minimum length of 10 metres, extending westward from the western side access and along the same general alignment as existing fencing at the site, before gradually tapering down to a minimum height of 1.8 metres. The section of fencing that is 2.6 metres in height shall consist of a 1.8 metre high solid screen panel topped with a 300mm high panel of steel lattice erected with a gap of 500mm between the natural ground level and the bottom fence rail. The remainder of the fence shall consist no less than a 1.2 metre high solid screen panel top with a maximum 300mm high panel of steel lattice erected with a gap of 500mm between the natural ground level and the bottom fence rail. Note, a building permit will be required to be issued prior to the construction of the fence. Then that condition 46 be amended from stormwater runoff from caravans in impervious surface areas to be collected internally and piped generally in accordance with the CMDG guidelines. D5, stormwater drainage design to the existing table drain on the Gagan Road as a lawful point of discharge. To stormwater runoff from caravans in impervious surface areas to be directed generally in accordance with the CMDG guideline. D5, stormwater drainage design to the existing table drain on Gagan Road as a lawful point of discharge.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Any opposition to the motion?
Sorry, who was the seconder?
You, councillor Guthrie. And we had opposition from councillor O'Neill.
Well, no, not just me.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't see your
Oh, yeah, sorry,
hand.
a bit late with it.
Oh, yeah, councillor Burkett. Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Does anyone, councillor O'Neill, would you like to speak against the motion?
Yes, I will. I thought it was incredibly valuable to go out on site on Monday, and I'm pleased that this matter was laid on the table to afford councillors a chance to meet with all parties and to hear their perspectives. This has been, it seems like this has been a matter of interest to council for a long time now. And I believe, having listened to the landowners the other day, all three parties, and assessed it myself, having seen how good the fence looks, I might add, that the gun club has constructed. I believe that it should continue at the same height for the full 50 metres to afford the privacy to the residents that are across the road, but also for the privacy of the users of the gun club, whether they be members shooting or caravan travellers that are using the facilities on the northern side of the gun club. And I just don't believe that the height that has been moved in this resolution is going to give that privacy because of the elevation of the buildings. And so therefore I can't support the amendment, I can't support the resolution, and I urge councillors to take into account the work that the gun club has done to build what is clearly a very good business, have constructed a fence that has provided a lot of privacy, and to continue that same height all the way through to afford both residences that are opposite the gun club the same level of privacy. If it tapers off, as has been suggested, there will be one residence that doesn't have the same level of privacy than the other one, and I think that is questionable. So I urge councillors to rethink, for those that are supporting this, and for those that haven't made up their mind, keep the consistent height all the way through, and not for wanting to repeat myself, it looks good, and I think it will finish off this particular matter for good for council and for the affected parties.
Does anyone wish to speak against the motion?
Yeah, I agree with councillor O'Neill. The other thing is too, if these residents might not necessarily be owned by the same people in future. So, and also if someone builds on that vacant block, they will be looking straight back through have the same issues as what the residents have now. So I agree to extend that fence along. One, it does look good, but two, it takes away that tacky look of the back of a building as well. So I think that's a benefit for the gun club. But I also think there's issues still at the moment. So if we don't go through with that same consistent height, it's not going to rectify those issues.
Does anyone wish to speak for the motion? Councillor Guthrie.
Yeah, I'm just very, very mindful of trying to ensure that there's two different groups with different priorities, and one is lifestyle and one is recreation. But it's trying to get a compromise that tries to address the concerns being raised, or the financial considerations, or the livability from two different diverse groups, and hopefully coming as a compromise.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Yeah, the only thing that I'd like to say is that it is a very difficult decision. We have a gun club that's doing fantastic things in the community, which is a national level club, and is certainly wonderful, and lots of volunteers doing fantastic work. We also have privacy issues where the residents are dealing with a commercial caravan park basically in a rural area almost, or a semi-rural area, which is very difficult. So I think that we have to weigh this up when making the decision. It's never easy, and you just, as councillors, we all have to make a decision whether we're going to support this motion or not. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Hancock.
Mr Mayor, I'm just concerned about, I understand about people walking and the level being able to see over a fence, although, as Councillor Edwards pointed out, I think he's 1.87, so he is higher than a 1.8 fence. But my concern is the elevation, that it's actually the elevation of the buildings, it's the veranda, it's actually stepping up into to go to the amenities. So my concern is that a 1.8 won't address the visibility, and so that's what I'm taking into consideration.
Okay, no one else has wished to speak. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Lost 2-7 if I can call for a division.
2-5.
2-5, sorry.
Mayor, do we need, I know that's lost, but now do we need to move an alternative resolution?
Yes.
Or does it just go back
To do something.
Yeah, all right, so
That's my opinion.
I'll move that condition 27 not be amended, and that council I'll move that condition 27 not be amended, number one. Number two, that condition 46 be amended from stormwater runoff from caravans and impervious surface areas to be collected internally and piped generally in accordance with CMDG guidelines, D5 stormwater drainage design to the existing table drain on Gagan Road as a lawful point of discharge. 2, stormwater runoff from caravans in impervious surface areas is to be directed generally in accordance with CMDG guidelines, D5 stormwater drainage design to the existing table drain on Gagan Road as a lawful point of discharge.
Okay.
Is that right? Does that cover all the rest of it?
Yeah.
Is that, yeah, works with the
You don't
wording we
to say
need?
that, obviously.
No. I don't need A, B and C.
Well, I guess you don't need, well, you can do that in condition 27, you just don't have to change that, so you just refuse that, but no, that's, you've got it right,
Oh, did you?
Oh.
Well, basically, Robbie, we've been up this path before and I caused council to have a special meeting, so I don't want to get into that predicament again. So if I need to change something.
Yeah.
You know, you do need to say the ABC.
So I do need to say the A, B, C, D?
Yeah, so essentially, I guess so you'll support one of the changes but refuse the other. So the one that Rob sent you, I guess, aligns with how you do it with the legislation.
The one on the email. Yeah.
Which might be a bit cleaner if you have concerns.
You did just now.
Yeah, because you have to say, because we are changing an application because the other one.
CEO, if I wanted to put something in the motion about
For the second.
extended amount of time,
It's in the attachment on the side.
for the gun club, or if they have any
Perhaps
financial
Councillor, you
issues.
might look at that one.
So
It's up on the
I'll
screen there.
Finish this motion and then
So-
put something up,
What do you ask?
or could it be in the motion?
I've got a solution. I heard what you said, just, I might get there.
Right.
Let me go again, if I can.
Righto.
I'll move that, one, condition 27 not be amended, and 2, A, council issue a decision notice change application to the Roma Clay Target Club, and B, the decision notice change application approve changes to condition 46, stormwater and drainage of the development conditions in attachment 1 of decision notice 2020/2 20118 dated the 16th of December 2020. And C, the decision notice change application refused changes to development condition 27, fencing and landscaping. Oh, I see. Maybe I don't need that first bit. Right, I beg your pardon. It's all there. So I'll keep going, Kel. So there isn't a number 1 that I said before. C, the decision notice change application refused changes to development condition 27, fencing and landscaping in attachment 1 of decision notice 2020/201118, dated the 16th December 2020. And D, the decision notice change application be amended by a development approval showing...
Accompanied by, councillor, not...
Accompanied by a development approval showing the following changes to attachment 1 of decision notice 2020/20118. That condition 46 be amended from, I don't need to read that again if I've read it before, but I do want to do a 2 now, Kel, please. That council offer the Roma Clay Target Club, RCTC, the opportunity to negotiate an agreeable timeframe for the construction of the fence. A mutually agreeable timeframe for the construction of the fence.
Would the mover be happy with something, and that's what I was actually asking, whether it would be in here or afterwards, in light of the major economic benefit of Roma Clay Target, if they had any, challenges or financial issues doing the fence, they talk to council, so we could talk about it. So we actually make the condition the fence has got to go up, but then, we actually say, look, if you're struggling, come and talk to us. Like, it can be time, it can be whatever.
Can we just go back to what you just read out, Kelly? Point 2.
And if I can just make a comment on that too, just probably the wording that you've used, councillors. Just from the Planning and Environment Court there, they're pretty clear. They don't like ambiguity around a condition. You've got to have it fairly definitive. You can't say, like, in the old days, councillors used to say to the satisfaction of the council engineer or a mutually agreeable timeframe. You probably need to put something in there. It doesn't mean that if they can't achieve it, that they can't come back and ask for, an extension then.
Oh, I see.
But it's, generally with the conditions there, councillor, a lot of councils used to say, the landscaping to the satisfaction of the Shire engineer, and when it came to court, they weren't clear. So you need to be very clear in your conditions. So I think you probably do need to specify a time frame if you've got one in mind. Doesn't mean that you can't extend it later on. Because I understand with steel and things at the moment, it's very difficult to get contractors, but I think you do need some clarity around that condition.
So how would I word? So the time frame I'm going to say is 8 weeks.
It's entirely up to council what time frame you want to put on it. I'm just saying, as long as you put.
No, I think it needs to be 6 months minimum, because it's hard to get materials and you've got to get someone to do it. But it's up to you. It's your motion. So.
Well, I want it to be realistic as well, right?
Yeah, well,
There's
I
no
think
point in
6.
this coming back again and again.
Say by the end of the calendar year.
That's
That's 6 months?
6 months, I mean, I don't know.
It is very hard. Like, you talk to builders, they can't even get weird things like steel or timber, trusses.
This is a busy time of year as well. There's a lot
Yeah.
of people staying, so it might be difficult to carry out the works while people are running around.
Yeah, so the council requires the Roma Clay Target Club to construct the fence by the 31st of December 2021.
Is the mover interested in putting something there that if they, I and it's not really a condition, this is more outside, so I was wondering whether we should do a motion afterwards, and whether it's supported about, you know, like, to me, you know, it's about the fence, but we obviously, yeah, I believe we should be supporting a group as well if they do have any challenges. But
So I get the flavour and what you're talking about, but having been on site on Monday, I don't necessarily think that that's a real challenge, and I don't think it's fair to go into that here in a public meeting. But
the offer would still be there.
The time frame, as I'm getting the officers, if they can't meet that, then they have an ability to come back to negotiate that with council, or council has the ability to extend that if we.
And the other thing with that timeframe, Mr Mayor, if the club requires, that gives them access to a council community grants round. If that might help out financially as well. There might be some other grants out there. So that might be I think that would be a great project for a community grant. So, but it gives them time. We do have another grant round.
Okay, so do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition?
Sorry, councillor, just with that, again, it's just the flow of the condition there. Chris was saying, because what goes in here will go back in the decision notice, so probably the fencing bit in point 2 probably should go up under the actual, the other bit about fencing.
Oh, fair point.
So
Yeah,
goes
yeah,
in the decision notice. Chris just asked if we could do that.
Trying to figure out how you do it. Because you've refused changes to condition 27, but you want to add a bit of text to the bottom of it to say that
extending it. So
you've got till the 31st of December to construct in accordance with condition 27.
Will that fly? Or
with them?
do we need different wording, or is that?
The wording's fine. It's just where it fits in on the actual amended decision notice that they've asked for. Because you've refused changes to condition 27, but you're essentially changing condition 27 to allow them till the end of the year to build the fence. So if you just want to stick it at the end of
So should that be a separate process?
just maybe another point to say, include additional text at the end of condition 27 that says that. So if you put 2, include a note at the bottom of condition 27, allowing the Roma Clay Target Club till the 31st of December to construct the fence required by condition, or whatever, just required by this condition. I could say, if you use the vaguer language, say to the effect of, and then we could word it to fit better. Is that what your concern is, the wording?
Could it be that we actually do amend 27 to include
Is that cleaner?
Probably would be.
Yeah.
I think it would be. So.
And you just wouldn't read out.
Rather than not be amended.
And then essentially amend it.
Your point is a good one.
Yeah.
Just need to include what was
Amend
in 27
existing.
first.
Amend the existing.
If you are amending it, it's not just going to say to extend the whole condition.
Be amended to read as follows.
Make the following changes.
Could we lay on the table and get wording back?
Do you want me to come back with the wording?
Yeah.
Just saying, councillors, if 27 is amended, you still need to include the first part of 27, and then you're just adding a bit to the bottom of it. So you'll need the wording that you had from 27.
The original
And
wording.
all you're doing
27,
extending
that's right.
is adding the time frame to the end of that condition. So you do need that wording of that condition 27.
We'll just
Mayor, can I suggest we have a 5-minute adjournment rather than in and out?
If it helps councillors and certainly help Kelly there, I'm happy if you want to lay it on the table there. Chris will probably go back to his office, type up the entire.
Councillor O'Neill's just suggested if we just break for 5 minutes.
Okay.
to allow Chris
Okay.
to go
If you're prepared,
and
Jeff,
word it.
that'd be good. Thank you, councillors. Yeah.
Can I ask, I've got a question. If the condition is considered unreasonable, hypothetically, Do we have the ability to contribute to the bit that's unreasonable, which is the difference in the height of the fence? Hypothetically.
Financially?
Yes.
Generally, all conditions are at the cost of the applicant. I can't think of another example where council sort of facilitated the condition.
But just so council's got a bigger privacy issue and they believe
Council's
that.
got, I'll say this, sorry, I didn't mean to put it in my head. So if council has genuine concerns about the privacy for the neighbours to such an extent that they need a fence at this height, then you should put a condition in like that, and the cost shouldn't weigh on your minds. So I'd recommend that you stay away from that. If you're genuinely concerned about the privacy and you say you need a fence that high, then that's the position you need to take, and you shouldn't.
And it's probably, and again, it's up to the council, but there's probably other mechanisms for that sort of thing there with your community grants program, Mr Mayor, where there are a club, sporting club, we get requests all the time from sporting clubs for requests for assistance, so that might be better suited to being maybe a community grant application.
My take on it was it's not the cost they're objecting to, they're objecting to the fact that it should be above 1.8, yeah, 1.8 I think, but yeah. Then no objecting, well, I never heard anything about objecting the cost, it's just the fact they don't believe it should have to be higher than the 1.8.
And in their representation, in their application, that's what they've said, that it's unreasonable in that height.
Yeah.
And that is for the 50 metres.
For 50 metres at 2.6, they thought that was unreasonable. They thought it should be 1.8 metres higher.
They were quite happy with the 10 metres, taper it off, and then go 1.8. There was never any mention about the cost. It was just the fact they didn't think it should.
So Mary, you adjourning so we can...
Yeah, we'll adjourn for 5 minutes. Is that machine on? Okay, we'll keep going. Councillor O'Neill.
Mayor, I'll have, hopefully my final go at moving something, that I'll move that A, council issue a decision notice change application to the Roma Clay Target Club, and B, the decision notice change application approve changes to development condition 27, fencing and landscaping, in attachment 1 of decision notice 2020/20118, dated the 16th of December 2020, and C, the decision notice change application approve changes to condition 46, stormwater and drainage, of the development conditions in attachment 1 of decision notice 2020/20118, dated the 16th of December 2020, and D, the decision notice change application be accompanied by a development approval showing the following changes to attachment 1 of decision notice 2020/20118, that condition 27 be amended from fencing to be provided along the Gagan Road frontage, extending from the western side access to the western elevation of the clubhouse, as generally shown in red on approved plan number 202009503, stage 3, proposed site layout dated the 23rd of the 6/20, marked in red. The fencing shall be provided to a height of 2.6 metres and consist of a 1.8 metre high solid screen panel topped with a 300mm high panel of steel lattice erected with a gap of 500mm between the natural ground level and the bottom fence rail. The fencing shall avoid any disturbance to the existing trees along this site boundary. Note, a building permit will be required to be issued prior to the construction of the fence. 2. Fencing is to be provided along the Gagan Road frontage, extending from the western side access to the western elevation of the clubhouse, as generally shown in red on approved plan number 202009503, stage 3 proposed site layout dated the 23rd of the 6/20, marked in red. The fencing shall be provided to a height of 2.6 metres and consist of a 1.8 metre high solid screen panel topped with a 300mm high panel of steel lattice erected with a gap of 500mm between the natural ground level and the bottom fence rail. The fencing shall avoid any disturbance to the existing trees along this site boundary. The fencing shall be constructed before the 31st of December 2020 or a further period agreed to in writing by 21 or a further period agreed to in writing by council. Note, a building permit will be required to be issued prior to the construction of the fence. That condition 46 be amended from: stormwater runoff from caravans and impervious surface areas is to be collected internally and piped generally in accordance with CMDG guidelines D5 stormwater drainage design to the existing table drain on Gagan Road as a lawful point of discharge. 2, stormwater runoff from caravans and impervious surface areas is to be directed generally in accordance with CMDG guidelines D5 stormwater drainage design to the existing table drain on Gagan Road as a lawful point of discharge.
Chris, just at the top bit where it says. So just, see where it says the decision notice. Point B, where it says decision notice, approved changes to development condition 27. Which is, what's that approving? Is that approving down below?
Approving that yellow text that we added.
Yeah, should we say as detailed below?
Oh, well, no. The legislation is that we have to, one, consider it, and two, approve it, and then agreed to change those conditions. And then
So the purpose of B is just to, just as a, all right, so the bottom will be considered in the context.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
So I think that's fine.
Thanks.
Is there a seconder for that motion?
Yeah, I'll second it.
You happy with that version?
Yep.
Yeah. Is there any appetite for the mover to do a two-stage approach for the fence, or are you happy with what you've got there?
Yeah.
And the seconder, of course.
No, I'm happy with what's there.
Yeah, me too.
Righto. Anybody would like to speak for the motion?
I will.
Please go ahead.
I'll start as I did before in speaking against the motion that Councillor McMullen had put. There was absolute value from my perspective, and I hope other councillors share it, that we all went on site on Monday to speak with the three parties concerned with this particular matter before council. I say again, I think the Gun Club is doing a wonderful job in providing a much needed service in terms of boosting our tourism numbers into the region. With that came the responsibility to ensure they weren't impacting on the residences close by, and the fence that has been constructed clearly does that. I think it looks good. The lattice on top, I think everyone we spoke to agreed that it sets off the fence and it does provide the privacy for the residents across the road, but for the users of the Gun Club as well. I think by continuing the same height through the 50 metres that's being discussed today, I think we'll finish the project. It provides the privacy to both residences that are on the northern side of Gagan Road, and I think that in the long run is the right outcome for all of the parties, because there will be the privacy to the back of the Gun Club as well for the users that are using the amenities there. I don't want anyone involved in the Gun Club to think that by moving this and not agreeing with the conditions they put forward, that I personally don't support the economic stimulus that their venture is bringing. And it shows that they've got the tenacity to provide a revenue stream into their facility, and I think that's a really good outcome as well. But equally, by having a consistent height, we are getting a balance to all parties, and so I urge councillors to support the recommendation that has taken some time to put.
Do we have anyone want to speak against the motion? Does anyone want to speak for the motion? If no one wants to speak, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 5-2. If I can call for a division. Okay, moving on. If we can get our councillors back, please.
Thanks, Chris.
Yes,
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Not looking real good, councillor Guthrie.
What?
Did you miss us?
Okay, we're on to page 96, L11.
Oh, 11, 96.
It's the new numbers. Monthly financial reports as at May, 31st of May 2021. Councillor Taylor.
Oh, I had, am I right to have a question?
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Through you, Mr Mayor, Director Sharon, I'm just curious about the outstanding rates. Is that normal? Like, it seems to be a lot more this time of year, although, like for May, this year than it was last year. I'm on the wrong thing, actually. I was on the arrangement ones, yes. Yeah.
5, 6.
So that seems a lot of money to me. Is that a lot of money?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has, since COVID, we put our debt recovery on hold for a period of time, and the outstanding rates have gone up, but we're starting to chip away at it.
Put it on hold for the fact that give people a bit of breathing space because of COVID.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it'll take a little bit of time to
Yeah.
get back to where we were.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? I'd like to move that the monthly financial report for the period ending 31st of May 2021 be received and noted, and all future reports have a outline of Maranoa Regional Council's debt position included in the financial report. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Was that it?
What do you want me to drive in? Councillor Guthrie? I can take his car home.
L9, has it been laid on the table?
Yeah, because there's another report, we'll look at and look at them together.
Oh, I see. Right, yep.
Okay, so we just got closed. So we got some wording to go into closed.
We've got
Is that-
conflicts to deal with first.
So, Tanya, yours are all closed conflicts? Yep, righto. So we've got conflicts to do. Please go ahead, councillor Burkett.
C1, applications for conversion of leases.
I'll see one. One else see one.
I didn't CC you into it, sorry, Caroline. Next time I'm not.
I'm running low on juice.
Yep.
Feel free to.
Will I go first?
Please go ahead.
conflicts on C1, applications for conversion of leases, lot
C1.
one.
Yeah, but do we have any?
Okay, if we can just have a little bit of quiet, councillors, please. Okay, councillor Burkett, go ahead.
Lot 1 on DL 299, lots 9 and 10 on DL 282, and lot 2 on DL 305, and lot 47 on DL 458. I'm the declaring councillor. The other relationship is my wife's first cousin and his wife Damien Sally Campbell are listed in the report as current lessees of some of the lots in question. Prescribed declarable conflict of interest. I'll leave the room while the matter is discussed and voted on. I get that right?
Okay, do we have the next conflict, please?
Yeah.
Next conflict?
I'm just being careful.
Yeah.
We've got that family tree out.
What about the,
Any other conflicts?
six?
Brooke? Or what's next on your list, Kel?
If you just tell me the item numbers, I will go to them and bring it.
Righto.
forward.
LC6?
Oh, LC. We'll carry on this one.
With the Saleyards ones, what are we doing with them? There's a fair few of them. Are we doing them too?
Well,
Fees and charges, we've already done them. I mean, we haven't done them today, but we've got.
LC8, LC3, LC7. Yeah, but anyway.
Start with the first one.
LC6, I'll just get that. Okay.
Those fees and charges for the sale.
On the board, yeah.
I could have done this.
For yours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bill, I, Councillor Ladbroke, have a conflict with LC6, item number LC6, with a description of Bassett's Park Racing Stables, building application fees. Have a declarable, I, Councillor Ladbroke, have a declarable interest. The related party is myself, and I am a member of the Roma Turf Club. That's my interest, and I will be dealing with the matter by leaving the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Righto, very good. That's one. You want to do the others? Is that easier, Kel? Or?
Yeah, if you just read out the numbers again, and
Well,
I'll see if I can.
all the Saleyards ones,
Does it have to be all the Saleyard ones?
LC7, Roma Saleyards Model Council, are we, no, not that one?
No, it's only LC3, isn't it?
This is LC3, Roma Saleyards fees and charges.
I should have probably done that one.
And were you leaving the room or were you?
I will leave the room.
Oh, Kel, if you've got, do you want to do mine while you're there or?
I've got LC3.
Yeah, everyone.
I can declare this one, since you've got it. LC3, Roma Sayard's fees and charges, declaring councillor Tyson Golder. Related party is myself. Particulars of the interest, I'm registered to buy and sell cattle at Roma Sayard's, which is one of the functions referenced in, that was from last week, but it's, which buy and sell, the first part's right.
Full stop.
Full stop, yep. It's a declarable conflict of interest, and the action's different this time. I will deal with it by leaving the room and having no further part in discussions or decision.
So all we got to do is just change the name there, haven't we, at the top?
Yeah, and that bit of wording about
Joe's next.
functions.
That's up to the individual.
Yeah,
Okay.
I declare, I've got a declarable conflict on LC3. Description, Roma Saleyards, fees and charges 2021-22. Declaring council as myself. Related party, close associated or other relationship is myself and my husband, Graham Hancock, and our entities, GL and JM Hancock and Hancock Pastoral Company, which is GL and JM, myself and my husband, and PR and KM Hancock, which is brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Particulars of the interest is the entities are registered to buy and sell cattle at the Roma Saleyards. Type of conflict, declarable conflict of interest, and my action will be that I will leave the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
particulars on the interest, is that staying, are you happy with that?
Yeah, no, full stop after Saleyards, please. No.
Okay. Okay. Righto, what's the next one?
Yep. I have a conflict on LC3, Roma Saleyards fees and charges to the 2021-22. I'm the declaring councillor. The other relationship is my parents, Gary and Julie Burkett. Particulars of the interest, my parents are registered to buy and sell cattle at the Roma Saleyards. It's a declarable conflict of interest, and I will be leaving the room while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Next, I've got an interest to declare. Item number is LC3, description, Roma Saleyards fees and charges 2021-22. Declaring Councillor Mark Edwards. Related party, close associates, other relationship is partnership. Kim Edwards' brother, Mark Edwards, and Cameron Edwards, my nephew. Particulars of the interest, the partnership is registered to buy and sell cattle at the Roma Saleyards. Type of conflict, declarable conflict of interest. And action will be, I'll leave the room while the matter is discussed and voted on.
I have a conflict in LC3 also, Roma Saleyards fees and charges 2021-22. Declaring councillor as Wendy Taylor. The related party is company Liability Proprietary Limited, which is Peter and Wendy Taylor are the directors of the company. That company is registered to buy and sell cattle at the Roma Saleyards. It's a declarable conflict of interest, and I will leave the matter while I will leave the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
I too have a conflict of interest for LC3, Roma Saleyards fees and charges 2021-22. I'm the declaring councillor, Councillor Julie Guthrie. The related party is that I'm part of a partnership, Guthrie Pastoral Group, which includes myself, my husband Ross Guthrie, and my son Nicholas Guthrie. The particulars of the interest is that this partnership is registered to buy and sell cattle at the Roma Saleyards. It is a declarable conflict of interest, and I choose to leave the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Righto, do we have any more on that one?
L3, okay.
Yes,
LC3, Roma Saleyards fees and charges. Councillor Jeff McMullen, related party myself. I'm registered to buy and sell cattle at the Roma Saleyards. So I have a declarable conflict of interest, and I will leave the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Okay.
one more.
Any others?
Yep. The item number is LC3. The description is Roma Saleyards fees and charges 2021-22. I am Wayne George Ladbrook, declarable councillor. The relation partnership with W&A Ladbrook is myself and my wife, Alana. particulars of interest is the relationship is registered to buy and sell cattle at the Roma Saleyards, and the type of conflict is a declarable conflict of interest, and the action I will take is leave the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Righto, any others?
That's it.
No other conflicts in closed?
No one left.
Not that I know of.
Let's hope so.
That could
Shall we all
change.
leave the room?
No, because we're now
But I
going
haven't
to
Not
got
there
any
yet.
closed.
Righto, do we have any wording for someone to move?
Well, we can't delegate it closed.
No, we're not. We're just going to go on closed and do the report. Not this one, all of them.
We're up to C1.
We're just going to go and
Start
close and
them,
deal with
start
them as
them
they
and-
come.
Right.
Deal with them.
And we can't be in the room for that.
No, I realise that, but I thought we'd have to.
Do it now.
We do have an officer that we could, if we go into closed, then they can leave. So if we can do that, that would be good. So, Councillor Hancock.
I'll move that in accordance with the provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the council resolved to close the meeting to the public to discuss confidential items that its councillors consider as necessary to close the meeting. In accordance with section 254J5 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the following table provides the matters to be discussed and an overview of what is to be discussed while the meeting is closed. Agenda item C1, applications for conversions of leases, lot 1 on DL 299, lots 9 and 10 on DL 282 and lot 2 on DL 305, lot 47 on DL 458. C2, planning consultancy. C3, safety improvements, DTMR, Borough Street, Surat. C4, preservation of historical grain shed, Roma. LC1, extend expiry date for register of pre-qualified suppliers for trade and associated services. LC2, Sandhills Festival of Rugby proposal for Maranoa Regional Council. LC3, Roma Saleyards fees and charges 2021.
Excuse me, Councillor Hancock, because everyone's got a conflict, do you think that should still be in there and closed? Or should we not deal with it in open? And then,
So we'll just remove that?
yeah,
Okay.
like,
Sure.
well, I think that, because then
We're not going to discuss it
discussing.
anyway, so there's no sense having it in there. Yep.
Right.
LC4, Roma Saleyards correspondence. LC5, update on Roma natural gas supply agreement. LC6, Bassett Park racing stables building application fees. LC7, Roma Saleyards multi-purpose facility. LC8, Roma Saleyards correspondence for consideration. LC9, function reports, parks and open spaces, waste cemeteries, environmental and public health, street lighting and public space lighting, information and communications, technology, information management, updated functions, and others that are available.
We can probably take the others that are available off that reference.
Off now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett, all those in favour? 9-0. Okay, so. C1, thank you.
That's you, John.
Yeah.
Oh, you go, John.
Oh, sorry.
You're up.
I thought Wendy was asking me a question.
No, I was telling you, get out.
C1, applications for conversion of leases, lot 1 on DL 299, lot 9 and 10 on DL 282, and lot 2 on DL 305, lot 47 on DL 458. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move the council advise the Department of Resources that it offers no objection to the conversion of GHPL 36/7689 over lot 1 of DL 299 to freehold tenure. No objection to the conversion of GHPL 36/7651 over lots 9 and 10 on DL 282 and lot 2 on DL 305 to freehold tenure provided that a road reserve is established along the boundary of Lot 2 on DL 305 to provide a dedicated access for lots 9 and 10 on DL 282, and no objection to the conversion of GHPL 36/7772A over Lot 47 on DL 458 to freehold tenure.
We have a seconder, Councillor Taylor. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. 8-0. Thank you. C2, Planning Consultant. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move the council authorise the Chief Executive Officer to enter the agreement presented.
We have a seconder, Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. C3.
Page 29.
Safety Improvements, DTMR, Burrows Street, Surat. I'd like to move that council receive and note the officer's report as presented. 2, request the Department of Transport and Main Roads consider, subject to community consultation with the Surat community, incorporating additional driver alert measures, e.g. low-level rumble strips, particularly for traffic travelling through Surat from south. And I'll probably just put in there 3, an extra point, that council offer to partner with DTMR in regards to receiving or organising community consultation on behalf of DTMR. So basically what I'm saying is we could do that on their behalf if they agreed to do this. So is it better wording than that?
Mr Mayor, do you remember what the officer advised us?
Yeah, we're going to ask them first and see whether they're interested, but then if they are, this is all about partnering together, and it's definitely DTMR's road, but this is about, like, we can do consultation pretty well, so we could consult with the community as part of, like, our contribution.
Only after DTMR
Yeah, that's right.
has said they would.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this is asking them would they do it, but we're saying we want to partner with you.
Mr Mayor, would you say something like offer to partner with DTMR to collate community consultation on behalf of DTMR?
That would be better, collate, because we could put it.
Yeah, that's it, I'm happy with that.
Put it on.
And we probably don't need
on
the
behalf
second.
of them. I wouldn't say.
We need to have them
Or,
I want to say DTMR twice, that's all.
Yeah, I didn't need that twice.
Maybe offer to collate community consultation on behalf of
On their
DTMR.
behalf.
On their behalf.
So you don't have to have DTMR twice.
I don't.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr Chair, could I just suggest
Yes,
something?
yeah.
Yep. I'd probably, if council wants to consider it, go back to partnering with DTMR, but just so we're not saying on behalf of DTMR, it just gets a bit messy.
Yeah,
So I'd sort of partner with DTMR to collate community consultation in relation to the matter or something like that.
That's good.
If that's all right. Just out of respect to DTMR, they may feel a bit uncomfortable council doing consultation on their behalf, but we can definitely work with them to feed them with consultation results.
On their behalf.
Yeah.
Just on their behalf.
Yep.
We're basically saying we'd contribute something to this to make it happen.
Yep.
But first they've got to say, do they want it to happen?
Offer to partner with DTMR to collate community consultation On the matter, Kel.
On the matter.
Anyway,
Obviously, it's like about the noise and that, so do we need to
I'm
put
happy to
that in
second
there?
that, Mr Mayor.
Yep. Righto, we've got a seconder. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? Certainly do. I do believe this is very important for the Surat community. It's been raised repeatedly. We need to make that corner safer. And this is something that hopefully we can partner together to make happen and work together if DTMR would consider it. So we will obviously write to them and ask the question. Does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Sorry, Cal, it was that, request that.
Righto, moving on. Next number when you're ready.
C4.
46.
46.
C4, I'd like preservation of historical grain shed Roma. I'd like to move that council write to Queensland Rail requesting an up-to-date costing on purchasing the land.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, did you want?
Yes.
On page 51, there's an alternative one.
Is there? 51? Okay, well, I'll just change that, Kel, sorry. Council write to Queensland Rail and formally express council's interest in acquiring the land and buildings at 16 Station Street, Roma, historical grain shed. 2, consider allocating funds for the purchase of land and buildings at 16 Station Street. I don't know whether we need all of that. I think we'll just have point 1. And point 2, conduct, I should say, would be a desktop audit valuation to inform council of the land value, which could be used in negotiations with Queensland Rail.
Mr Mayor, point 1, is that what the top line is?
Yeah.
The council write to Queensland Rail requesting an update?
Yes.
That's point 1?
Yes.
And point 2, conduct the Queensland Rail, ask Queensland Rail to conduct the desktop.
No, that's council to inform what the cost of the land is, and we can use that to negotiate with council. Because they'll do their own valuation, but we could do one. So we need 1 and 2 in there, please, Kel. Okay, so 1, I'll read that again because there's a bit more to it. Write to Queensland Rail and formally express council's interest in acquiring the land and buildings at 16 Station Street, Roma, in brackets, historical grain shed. And point 2 would be council to conduct, that's up the top, that council conduct a desktop audit valuation to inform council of the land value which could be used in negotiations with Queensland Rail. Okay, do we have a second for that motion? Councillor Edwards, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 8-1 if I can call for a division. Okay, nothing more on that one. Now we're on to late.
They're all late, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, correct.
Thanks.
It was 8-1, wasn't it, Kel?
LC1?
Kel.
Oh.
LC1, extended expiry date for register of pre-qualified suppliers for trade and associated services. Do we have a mover? Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to move that Council 1 approve the extension of the register of the pre-qualified suppliers for trade and associated services, setting the new end date 30 June 2023, and 2, approve the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to update the deeds of agreement for an extension to the 30th of June 2023.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. LC2, Santos Festival of Rugby proposal for Maranoa Regional Council. Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that council provide in-kind assistance for the Santos Festival of Rugby Roma 2022 through spreading of top dressing material on the playing field at Gallus Fox Park, work camp request to lay turf on the playing fields at Gallus Fox Park, minor repairs to the existing irrigation system at Gallus Fox Park, labour to administer chemical soil amendments and fertilisers to the playing field at Gallus Fox Park, fill material for extension to terrace seating at Gallus Fox Park, arranging 40 km/h speed restriction on highway during the event period, both days, including approvals from the Department of Transport and costs of traffic control, support of liquor licence application, assistance with EPA notifications for noise and light. 2, consider a grant application for the first round of the 2021-2022 Community Grants Program from the Roma King's Rugby Union Club to replace tunnel and retaining walls at the clubhouse, if applicable, because they may not put it in. 3, consider an allocation of $25,000 in the 2021-22 budget for the supply and installation of 50 metres of 9-foot chain mesh fencing and 100 metres of 6-foot chain mesh fencing on the northern side of the playing fields at Gallus Fox Park.
We have a second, Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
Just to say, Mr Mayor, whatever we can do to work with both Santos and the other parties involved to make this Festival of Rugby a reality. I think our community will benefit not only from accessing the games and the events over the couple of days, but the economic stimulus that our community will feel with the influx of people that are rugby supporters into our community is something that is a wonderful outcome of an event like this, and I think whatever council can do to get behind it, we should.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? I certainly agree with the comments. I do believe that, these initiatives, if we can support them, I believe this is an opportunity to leave a legacy of improving the facilities and also having, top quality rugby available in Maranoa, and certainly it's something to be supported in my view. Okay, no one else wishes to speak. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on. Next page, please.
27.
Thank you. LC3, Roma Saleyards fees and charges 2021-22. So, we will all leave the room. Well, I'm leaving anyway, so.
Have we declared them?
You have, yeah.
Yeah, we've declared it.
Or we went into committee.
We're all gonna walk out and then come back.
We've done all the conflicts.
We just gotta walk out and then come back in.
Ladies first.
Keep it in bush cow.
Come on.
It's you I'm talking about.
Well, the door's got to shut. So there doesn't appear to be a quorum. So would someone invite the councillors back in?
Can't do without us. No. You just could have said goodnight, Cameron, and we could have gone home.
Yeah, yeah. Close the meeting.
Should have done it last.
Yeah, good, yeah. Part of the meeting, to be honest. I've got a resolution.
Yeah, councillor O'Neill, please go ahead.
I'll move that council delegate deciding the matter relating to LC3 under section 257 of the Local Government Act to the CEO.
We have a seconder. Councillor Hancock, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on.
Page 41.
41.
Item LC4, Roma Saleyards correspondence. We have a mover. Councillor McMullen.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor. What we say we Council receive and note the letter received from the applicant.
You need any more direction than that, or is that enough direction?
Yeah, because we're keeping
The two.
Because we're keeping it as per.
As per the way it is.
Resolution.
So you don't need any more than that? That's enough, CEO? Direction?
Well,
No, that's fine. You can move whatever, if you're happy with that. Yep.
That's what we
stick,
thought.
doesn't it? Stick
Yep.
to-
Just stick
Yeah,
to
that's
what.
what I want, yeah.
Righto.
Stick to what we said, what we originally said.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbrook, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Let's do that again. All those in favour? All those against? 6-3 if I can call for a division. Okay, moving on.
46.
L5, update on Roma natural gas supply agreement. Do we have a mover? Councillor Edwards.
I'll move that council receive and note the officer's report as presented.
We have a seconder. Councillor Ladbrook, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, LC6, Bassett Park Racing Stables building application. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move the council refund JEM Building, Queensland Proprietary Limited, $5,080.08, being building application fees paid for the Bassett Park Racing Stables project.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? That's 8-0.
59. And 65.
LC7, Roma Saleyards multi-purpose facility. We have a mover, Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that council receive and note the contents of this report.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hancock, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on. What's the next page, please?
65.
Thank you. LC8, Roma Saleyards correspondence for consideration. Do we have a mover? I'd like to move Do I need to read the whole thing out? No.
Refer to the letter on page 67.
It's not
Page
open.
67. That's my, I don't know if it's right.
Council endorsed the approach outlined.
Yep. I'd like to move that council endorse the approach outlined in the report.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? I believe that this is the, common sense approach. Yeah. Does anyone want to speak against the motion?
Just to say, I disagree entirely.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 6-3 if I can call for a division. Okay, we're up to LC9. Function reports, parks, open spaces, waste, cemeteries, environmental and public health, street lighting and public space lighting, information and communication technology, information management, updated functions and...
Full stop.
Full stop, updated functions and other...
No, just.
Oh, you haven't got them, yep.
Yeah, just leave it at updated functions, which is where the
Updated
mayor got
functions.
to. Yeah.
Righto.
And updated functions, Kelly, full stop.
We have a seconder, councillor Hancock.
I was going to move.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I was just reading the title. It's a fairly good title. Councillor Hancock.
I move that one, council receive and note the function reports for, as presented and approve them proceeding to the next step of inclusion in the draft statutory documents. 2, schedule a special meeting on Tuesday for review of the remaining sections and adoption of the individual documents.
Have we got a time?
Yeah, 10 o'clock, but I just said,
We'll have to work it out.
it'll just have to go because I don't know how long I'll be waiting, so I can, as long as might be right for the end of it. I don't want to,
Well, just while we're on that, is everyone been able to make that time or do you want to leave
Or
it
is it
open?
better not to hard code it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just,
Because then we'll need if for whatever reason. the
Just say
time-
Tuesday.
Schedule them,
Yeah,
tentatively scheduled for Tuesday morning.
because it'd be more awkward for you guys because I've got a drive over, so if we start at 9, it's going to be a mess for me. So
no, but we might be able to talk to them.
Yeah, we're on.
Okay, so what,
For Tuesday morning on the 29th of June.
So somebody will tell us what time?
but if you're running
Somewhere
late,
along
should
the
you
line.
say Tuesday? And then-
I didn't put in the other,
Wednesday.
I didn't put that in because, or would you like me to?
Are councillors happy just to handle it as a diary meeting that the mayor and I can just work out
Which one's that, sorry?
For
Thea?
the Wednesday.
with the special meeting, just in term
With the loose arrangement that it's Tuesday morning
and
Wednesday
Wednesday afternoon?
Oh, right,
Yeah.
yeah.
Happy for that.
Excellent.
And Wednesdays only if needed, and ideally Tuesday.
So I never read out about the Wednesday. Would you like me to reread that motion? Is what I'm saying. I only put in Tuesday.
Yeah, I think we better reread it. Just number 2.
Yeah?
Please go ahead.
So just rereading, that number 2, tentatively schedule a special meeting for Tuesday morning, 29 June 2021, and if required, Wednesday afternoon, 30 June 2021, for review of the remaining sections and adoption of the individual documents.
Okay, we have a seconder?
And we'll just put the council at the front of the tentatively.
Councillor O'Neill, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Right. We have some missing, Kel, have we?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
12.1.
12.1.
We've got that rescission motion. Which one is it?
That's L.8.
8.
Ah,
So 12.1.
L.9 on,
Is it a different number?
yeah,
Is that
L.9, Carol.
Which one are we doing first?
Whatever Kel's got.
L.9.
What page is it?
It is page 85 in the late item agenda.
Oh, that's where the loose page came from, probably. L8 Roma Saleyards multi-purpose facility. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that council amend resolution number OM/03.2021/101 to read as follows. The council will engage a supplier from the local by legal services panel to further investigate the defects of the Roma Saleyards multi-purpose facility and potential causes of action arising from the defects. The engagement be made in accordance with section 232 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, that council is not required to invite written quotes from multiple entities if the contract is entered into with the supplier from a register of pre-qualified suppliers. 3, council authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to enter into final negotiations with the preferred supplier and raise a purchase order if the final terms are acceptable.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. What's next, Kel, when you're ready?
12.1.
I think council was just removing that one from the agenda.
Page 64.
Page 64.
Same. Huh?
Oh.
No, and the ordinary for the first one.
Item 12.1, I'd like to withdraw the motion that I moved. We haven't got a seconder. We have to vote on that? No, you can just withdraw it. Okay, 12.1, sewerage charge for properties with septic tanks connected to the sewer network.
I have a conflict, Mr Mayor, for this one.
I was actually going to withdraw the, move to withdraw the item off the agenda. The question is, would we have to do the conflict first or not, if we're just withdrawing the item?
I think there isn't a need to consider it today.
So can we just withdraw it, or do we have to, like, just withdraw it off the agenda? What's that, need a mover and a seconder, or?
To withdraw something, a mover and a seconder. To lay it on the table, of course, is just a procedural motion to the next meeting.
Because I think we're going to withdraw it. It's not needed.
Because it is already laid on the table, councillors. There's no harm, just leave it laid on the table till the next meeting. I can,
I doubt that it will need to come back though.
It was laid on the table to this meeting, later in this meeting. So
that's what I was going to get rid of it.
Yeah, that council, council not deal with the matter at this time.
Okay.
It just won't come back.
This time.
Is that what that means?
And that a report come back to a future meeting if needed.
Mhm.
If needed
Yep.
means it's not coming back.
Are you happy with that? You don't need to declare anything if it's not being dealt with?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so
I would have had to as well, so that's procedural, that you're
Yeah, it's
moving
true.
to withdraw the, is that what you're doing?
yeah, I'm going to move a procedural motion that council not deal with the matter at this time, and the report come back to a future meeting if needed.
Can I just double check the procedure?
So it's,
I'll just double check the procedure.
that looks like an amalgam of,
Yeah.
laying it on the table and removing it from the agenda. You're trying to remove it from the agenda.
Yeah, that's what I.
So it's just simply I move that this item be removed from the agenda. That's what we've done with other items.
That's what we did with the other one.
So you need a seconder for that.
Yeah. You happy with
Yeah,
that?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I move that this item 12.1 be removed from the agenda. We have a second, Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour, 9-0. Okay, right. Any others, Kel? Beauty. Okay, is there any further business, councillors? On that note, I will close the meeting at 7:56 and thank you for your attendance.